Good evening. We'd like to welcome you to the evening portion of our board meeting. We had a workshop this afternoon, went into closed session and discussed discipline and employee negotiations. No decisions were made. We'd like to open this session with the Pledge of Allegiance. And I want to point out before we do that we are all wearing purple tonight because at the last meeting, one of our young students spoke before the board and requested that we wear purple in honor of the soldiers and the soldiers' families. We are so deeply honored to do that for this young woman and for all of those who serve in our military. So we're in purple for our military and for the military families and the sacrifices they make. So I'd like Scott, Mr. Fayette, to do the pledge, please.
Hand over your heart. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you. We are going to begin with a summary of our workshops. We had a workshop on mental health, and Mrs. Reed, would you like to share with us?
President Davidson. I was privileged earlier with our Director of Special Education and Mental Health, Ms. Delk, to co-present a workshop to the board on our mental health and wellness proposal for the 21-22 school year. That proposal includes increasing the FTEs of mental health practitioners from 2.6 to 2.4. That is in a partnership with our current staffing of 18 full-time employees, 9 school psychologists, and 9 counselors that service our TK-12 school district.
Thank you so much, and we're so excited with the work that you are doing on this account. We are now going to move to action items, and we have an administrative personnel report. Dr. Frazier.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to bring forward tonight the administrative personnel report as presented.
Thank you. We're now moving on to...
We're going to vote.
Okay, to vote on it.
We have to vote on it.
I make a motion that I move that we approve the administrative personnel report as presented.
And I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no. The motion carries 5-0. I apologize, Dr. Frazier. We are moving on to our board reports. And if you'll just give me 1 second here. In our district, there is so much to celebrate when we reflect upon our wonderful students, families, and staff. This district is blessed with individuals who care deeply about the well-being of our community. Tonight, we celebrate our staff, our LaSalle family. Having had the privilege of being an educator in our district for nearly 30 years, it was my honor every single day to work alongside people who are passionate about what they do for children. Whether it is to make the campus sparkle, take care of students who need special assistance, provide meals with a smile, work to keep our kids safe, teach and prepare them for the future, or to oversee the entire workings of the school as an administrator, every individual strives to make LaSalle the very best place of learning and personal growth that it can possibly be. A true testament to their passionate dedication are all the former students who return here to raise their children. My own family is on our 4th generation attending Los Alamitos High School and McAuliffe Middle School presently. On behalf of the board, this report honors our LaSalle staff, but they are not just a staff, they're family. One way we recognize our staff is with longevity pins given in 5-year increments. It is a symbolic token of appreciation that has come to be a celebrated tradition every spring as Dr. Frazier travels with Dr. Pulver, district administrators, and board members from campus to campus to personally express our gratitude to the staff. This year, it has been via Zoom, but that's not diminished the depth of our gratitude. Longevity pins are presented and celebrated as a symbol of appreciation for the many years of dedicated service staff have given to the Los Alamitos Unified School District. As you can see, these celebrations are calendared every spring. They are usually run in conjunction with staff meetings. This year, the first one was at LAE on March 9th. There are 11 scheduled and underway, with the final one at our auxiliary on May 4th. The administration and board look forward to these opportunities to say thank you, not only to those getting longevity pins, but to every individual at each site for the life's work they do. So, on behalf of the board, the administration, and the community, we want to express our sincere gratitude to all of our staff, but especially to those who received longevity pins this year that represent 2,510 years of service, grounded in professionalism, pride, and a passion for educating our children in the best, safest, and most loving ways possible. We thank you. We're now moving on to our student report, which we missed last time because Nico was out exploring universities, and we have to ask you, Nico, have you made a decision? Not yet. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Hello and good evening, President Davidson, esteemed board members, Dr. Pulver, Executive Cabinet, and community members watching live. I'm happy to be back with you all this week, and without further ado, let's get right into the student board report. First things first, let's talk about spring break. I hope you all had an enjoyable and relaxing week off. And over my spring break, I went with my parents to go visit my top two schools, the University of Texas at Austin and the University of Washington. Both schools and cities were incredible, and as you can imagine, I have not had an easy time making a decision, but I will keep you all posted on where I decide to go. Right after spring break, Los Al hit the ground running with our annual homecoming, albeit a little delayed, but better late than never. This year, our ASB decided on a 60s theme called Peace, Love, and Homecoming. Because after that crazy year we all endured, we thought, who couldn't use a little extra peace and love in their lives? I hope you all got a chance to see the campus and all the groovy and exciting decorations, like our gym wall covered in our Dress Out Day posters, the back lot covered in posters on the floor, and the traditional senior activity clock on the gym wall. We also decorated, like I said, the back corner of campus with some ground posters, which is our tradition that we normally do, so it was exciting to get to do that again this year. That being said, with homecoming comes homecoming king and queen nominees. The same process was used this year, where 5 senior guys and 5 senior girls were nominated by the upperclassmen. And if you look closely, you might just recognize one of the names up there. But in all seriousness, it was such an awesome experience to be able to walk with my parents during the homecoming ceremony, and we all had such a great time. Our winners this year were Trevor Felter and Alyssa Mendoza, so a huge shout out to our 2021 homecoming king and queen. And also, if you're a little confused, And if you're a little confused about the boxes they're standing in front of, just a little bit of context, they spelled out peace and love with all the nominees, just to clear up any confusion. And right when you thought homecoming couldn't have gotten any better, our ASB was actually able to attend the game and fill our longtime vacant Los Al Locos student section. I really mean it when I say this experience was so meaningful, being able to cheer on the team one last time, surrounded by a group of crazy, enthusiastic locos. And it will be a memory that I will never forget, that's for sure. Here's some more pictures of our student section, and you better be ready for next year when the locos are back in action full time. Since the homecoming game was the last football game of the year, here's some final updates on the team's season. They ended with a win against Newport Harbor High School, went undefeated in their season, and were Sunset League champions as well. That game was a great end to a great season, and we hope they do just as well next year. Now, after so many student board reports and so many student spotlights, I thought this would be a good time to pause and check in to see how some of our student spotlights are continuing on with their skills. So if you recall first, Alexandria Magana was the co-founder of the candle business Too Hot to Candle, and she tells me that they're still pumping out candles every month with unique scents. Some of the new scents this month are Buns of Fun, which is cinnamon scented, and Jar of Dreams, which is lavender and sage. She was able to hold 2 pop-up events where she could actually meet her customers face-to-face this time, and she tells me that that was really exciting for her business. The business in total has sold over 500 candles and is still going strong. Remember that if you want to help out Alex's small business, the website is toohottocandle.org, and she'd love all the support she can get. Jacob Leibovitz was another one of our student spotlights who began a family garden over lockdown. He says that his family just planted some tomatoes and they are super excited waiting for those to grow. Next up, Sammy Paul, our triple threat artist, author, and illustrator of children's books, is hard at work drawing up some new illustrations for her books to come. She has 2 books in the work and has so graciously sent me some illustrations from these upcoming projects for a little sneak peek. Those books will be coming out soon, and I know we all can't wait to see the finished products. And I apologize, but I was not able to get the picture in time. I did want to mention that one of our other student spotlights, Santiago Lopez, recently won the, let me get this right, the Music Center Spotlight Competition in the jazz category, where he won a $5,000 scholarship for college, where he plans to be a jazz studies major. I've said it before and I'll say it again, remember the name Santiago Lopez because he will no doubt be one of the biggest names in jazz. But until then, let's just take a look at our next student spotlights. This week, I'm proud to introduce you all to this group of intelligent young men made up of Anton Vu, Matt Cheng, Sean Kelman, and Daniel Wu. This group of boys is taking part in a competition called Project Echo. Project Echo is a national business plan competition among high school students that develops entrepreneurship, collaboration, proper planning skills, public speaking, and managing group dynamics. Teams are responsible for creating a business model and presenting it to the judges. The top presenters will win a cash prize so they can follow through with their business idea. After many brainstorms and several rounds of ideas, the group settled on NewShare. Their mission statement is simple. NewShare is a revenue-sharing company committed to helping communities by aiding businesses and schools. This soon-to-be app and website-based platform that they are planning to create would help nonprofit organizations that are associated with schools such as PTAs, ASBs, booster clubs, and other programs and connect them with nearby businesses to help them hold fundraising events. They tell me that NewShare seeks to improve communities by connecting school-related nonprofits and local businesses that wish to give back to the community. Now, when I first heard this, I thought, wow, I have a hard time just finding apps on my phone sometimes, let alone planning to design and create an entirely new app. And then I thought again, wow, because it really is a genius idea, and I know that many students and parents that are a part of these programs can attest to the fact that trying to hold a fundraiser can be difficult sometimes, whether it's trying to reach out to business to see if they'll host the fundraiser or following up with them to see what days are available for them, or even just finding a business that's willing to host. The whole process is a challenge, and that's where NewShare would come in. This app would streamline that entire process for you. So instead of undergoing the hassle of reaching out to a business to see if they're willing to host and what days they're available, NewShare would provide a list of businesses that are willing to help and a schedule of days that are available for them. The boys will present their business plan on May 16th and hope to win one of the cash prizes for the top presenters so that they can work towards bringing this idea to life. Once again, I'm truly amazed by the creativity and talent of students at Los Al, but what sticks out to me most about this group is the lesson that they convey to us. They saw an opportunity for change in their community and they seized it. They're working hard to improve the lives of others through this idea, and I think there's really something special about that we can all take into our daily lives. That when there's an opportunity for change, we should all take it because that's when truly great things happen. Well, let's all wish these boys some good luck for their presentation on May 16th, and congratulations for all their hard work thus far. Hats off to them. That's all I have this week. Thank you for listening, and have a great night.
Thank you, Nico. I know that the student spotlight was Nico's idea, but I'm pretty sure that we are going to require it of every student rep going forward. The innovation, the creativity, the determination of our students is absolutely amazing, and we thank you for the beautiful job you do on highlighting it. And we expect to hear about the school when you get back next time. Okay. Thank you. We'll now move on to our superintendent's report with Dr. Pulver.
Thank you, Madam President, esteemed members of the board. Nico, we did miss you last week, but you were doing, or 2 weeks ago, I guess, our last board meeting. But really, our goal as a district is to prepare our students. This is not their end game. It's to really help them be able to launch successfully, and so that all of their dreams are open to them and any door is open beyond 12th grade. And so that was one of the things that you were doing, was exploring where you're going to leave next. And I will say at our homecoming game, it was neat to see our previous last year's board rep, student rep as well, because he was the homecoming king last year. So he was helping crown, so Blake Ravello. And so our students come back. We do hope you'll come back and see us as well. So as Mrs. Davidson alluded to earlier right before the Pledge of Allegiance, I do really believe in the power of a voice and our students' voices. And I love that one of our students came to us and encouraged all of us to consider wearing purple today at our second April board meeting, as April really is the month of the military child. And then I'm sure she may be even coming and speaking tonight. I think she said she might. So I don't want to steal all of her thunder. But if you remember, she reminded us why purple is when you take a look at all of the various service branches that are under the umbrella, when you merge those colors together, they make purple. And so we have many families that are in the military, and we know that it is a hardship to see mom or dad or aunt or uncle sometimes be deployed and be away from your home, and that's a sacrifice for all of the students as well and the children. And we have 2 bases here right within our district. And so it is something that I think that we support. And I'm just proud that she brought this to our focus and to our attention. And always exciting. So I wanted to be able to highlight that a little bit more as well. So thank you, Mrs. Davidson, for that. And then I wanted to be able to provide a bit of an update and some clarification, because at the various board meetings, as we heard from different individuals, there really has been some misunderstanding between ethnic studies, social justice, and culturally relevant instruction. And so I want to spend some time trying to dissect that a little bit for the individuals. We did provide a FAQ, and we've sent that out to our community, to all of our staff, to our families, and to the community. Is available. That FAQ is available on our website. Right on the front page, on the right-hand side, there are 4 boxes. It's the bottom box, and it'll link you to the full, I think it's about 5 pages of the FAQ. And last board meeting, I shared, and I continue to share, that I really do think it's important as the fabric of our democracy to hear difference of opinions, and there are going to be difference of opinions of our parents, of our students, of our community, and even those who are outside of our community coming tonight or another nights or various emails to present their perspectives on behalf of the board. I think that's what makes America great, and it makes our democracy, so I welcome those input. But it's a misnomer to say that if the board eventually acts in some way that they weren't listening. It's ultimately a decision that all of you will end up making when it comes down to this. And it certainly will not be because you have not heard a myriad of voices, but ultimately you will be making a decision. And at the last board meeting I tried to speak relatively emphatically regarding the support that I really want to thank, the work that staff has done and various levels to help our district move forward in various initiatives. And I referenced our Deputy Superintendent, Mrs. Andrea Reed. I referenced our Diversity and Equity TOSA, Ms. Nadia Williams. But who I failed to recognize is Ms. Nadia Maharez, Danielle Nava Mijares, who is our Human Relations Consultant, who's really worked with us for a little over 2.5 years as we were beginning this human relations work. She continues to be a great resource to us and to our families and to students and to our Human Relations Advisory Council, but even to our school sites as they've been trying to address different issues and how best do we approach these. But ultimately, the goal is for us to be able to have this become a staff member, which is why the board last summer decided to have a 60% TOSA where we can kind of carry on that work. So I did want to affirm and thank Mrs. Nava Maharez as well, along with our teacher, who's also helped really put a lot of time and effort and outside hours of her own in consultation and collaboration with others in creating the curriculum and a curriculum outline that is being presented tonight, which we don't normally always present such a detailed outline. It's usually just the core material and the supplemental materials, but we wanted to provide a little bit more context. And so I want to thank Ms. Avina as well for all of her hard work and staff at Los Alamitos High School who have supported that work as well. And really linking this to our priority goals. And so, as you know, that we have 5 priority goals. What I love about this district is we continue to really focus on those 5 goals. They do get finessed each year. We did not do that this year. Our priority was the school COVID safety opening plan, if you see how robust that plan was, but our goals really continue. And we spent a lot of time where this work that we're talking about really is within goal number 2 of ensuring an inclusive, safe, healthy, secure, and substance-free environment. And today, earlier at our workshop, we really talked about the mental health and well-being that also falls under this. And for several years, we focused on the physical safety as well of our having gates and an active shooter or a violent intruder, et cetera, and how to respond in different emergency situations. But we also know that students need to be able to feel safe, to feel included within their classrooms as well. And so that's an area that we've expanded and nuanced over that. And that definitely is tied to our human relations work as well. And so I wanted to just acknowledge and provide a little bit more clarity on some of the differences that we've heard and the misunderstanding. I think at times what I've heard is parents, emails, even individuals coming forward during public comment, using some of these words interchangeably, synonymously, equal signs, and they're not the same. And so what we tried to do is to lay out what is the difference between these. You can, again, the FAQ is available on our website, but I'm going to give a big picture view. Ethnic studies. So ethnic studies is a high school elective course that is going to be offered to juniors and seniors who have previously taken or are concurrently enrolled in a year-long U.S. history course. I'll talk about that a little bit more, each of these separately as well. The social justice standards is it is not a curriculum. They are guideposts. They are really intended for teachers and administrators, a set of anchor standards that are used in conjunction with grade level curriculum. And we had Artosa at a couple workshops ago really share how teachers could use the standards with the current curriculum that they're using, the current stories, the current history, et cetera, and how to give it another lens to help it be a little bit more culturally inclusive. And then what is culturally responsive instruction? Sometimes you almost saw me be guilty of that. Confuse culturally responsive instruction with critical race theory. They are completely different, but I do recognize that they have very similar language, and so I can see how people get tripped up in that, as you almost saw, myself included. So culturally responsive instruction really is a student-centered approach to teaching to help teachers be mindful of how they are reflecting diversity, equity, and inclusion concepts within their instructional delivery. So I'll try to unpack this a little bit more for individuals. The ethnic studies course that we have created at Los Alamitos High School, that the course has been board approved. It's now, we'll be moving forward tonight with a curriculum that will be brought forward. And before they approve that, it'll be available for 30 days of public preview. But what is an ethnic studies course? It is an interdisciplinary study of race, ethnicity, and indigenous people, with an emphasis of experiences of people of color in the United States. The course supports college readiness and rigor for students. It deals with often overlooked contributions made by people of color to many areas of government, politics, the arts, medicine, and economics. The course can provide students who choose to enroll in this course with an interpersonal communication strategies, cultural relevance, and equity-driven skills. And we clarify a bit more in that in our FAQ. So one of the common questions that we continue to hear is this course a required course for all high school students? The board might recall last summer, that was one of the requests of many students and families who asked you to consider an ethnic studies course. The ask was also to make it a mandate. And the board's direction to us was to go ahead and explore this option, but did not believe that it would be appropriate to mandate it, but that it should be an elective course. So if you are an individual who really believes in choice, if you believe in choice, school choice, choice for students, I'm not sure how this would not be so, how you would be against this, because these are students who want to be able to have this course, who have asked for this course, and they can choose or not choose to enroll in this elective course. So it does satisfy the G elective course for students in 11th or 12th grade. And it was very intentional as we worked with high school staff and district administrators as well, and high school administrators, that this should be an 11th or 12th grade class. And one of the reasons for that, there are multiple, but because of the higher thinking and the critical skills and some of the developmental appropriateness, but also to try to create more opportunities for balance. So students enrolled in 11th grade must take U.S. history. So they will already be concurrently enrolled in U.S. history, and if they take this course as a 12th grader, they will have just finished a year of U.S. history, because part of an ethnic studies course is to share stories that sometimes are often not shared to the same extent in our traditional U.S. history books. So this is a prerequisite of the course, also assures that students are engaged in diverse perspectives and in the history in our history as a country as well. It is not offered at any other grade levels. It is not offered at elementary. It is not offered at middle school. It is at Los Alamitos High School, an elective for 11th and 12th graders, really giving our students choices into which elective courses that they wish to take as juniors and seniors. So the other question that has really come up that has been nothing that we've ever communicated, but certainly has been out there, is the course that we've created, is it aligned and is it a foundational concept of critical race theory? So I don't know how to be more clear than this, that our ethnic studies, cultural experiences in the United States is not aligned. Critical race theory is not a foundation of this ethnic studies course. They are not synonymous in that. And that actually, with all classes, our goal, we strive to take care to ensure that teachers present topics from multiple points of view and represent diverse stories and opinions within groups. That we want to ensure that they have access to teaching resources that represent a range of different perspectives. That again, that's not just for this course. This is really the board's goal that they've given us ongoingly for all of our courses. And then to develop lessons that are structured so students can examine materials from multiple perspectives and come to their own conclusions through this process as well. And again, the other misunderstanding at times is the California Department of Education created a model course on ethnic studies. And there was some concerns, I know, by some people in the public in the past that they were going to mandate that course for public education. That has not been the case. And so the question is, are we approving the same model course that has been approved by the California Department of Education? We are not. One of the things that I think we've always done in Los Alamitos Unified is to always represent the needs and be responsive to our own students and our community needs, and to try to chart our own course, but at the same time rely on collaboration and best practices along the way. So we spent the year working with Orange County Department of Education, where they've offered a series of sessions to help. So we've gotten some guidelines from them. We've been very fortunate to collaborate with other school districts who have created similar courses, and districts that are similar to us in terms of demographics, in terms of size and population in different areas. So not just right here in Orange County, but even outside of us throughout the state. Curricular best practices, and then different than the model course is we have taken a look at and at times used the framework, the educational framework from the California Department of Education, which is separate from their model course. So to unpack what is culturally responsive instruction, what it is both an asset and a research-based approach that makes meaningful connections, we hope, between what students learn in school, in their cultures, languages, and life experiences. These connections can help students access rigorous curriculum, develop high-level academic skills, and see relevance between what they learn at school and within their own lives. It also includes culturally relevant literature, which was a big thing that we heard from students over the summer who protested and met with me and with all of you during the public comment. They want to see more stories that they can see themselves in as well. So culturally relevant texts, supplemental materials that are developmentally appropriate in content. And so the question often then leads itself, well, how will this be incorporated in instructional practices of teachers? And so what we will continue to do is to provide access to staff development for teachers and coaching on how to apply culturally responsive instruction into their grade level lessons. It's not asking them to recreate new lessons, but it's how can we use lessons we already have and build upon them to make them more culturally responsive. And then the social justice standards. So what are they and how are they or will they be used? So the social justice standards, as I stated earlier, it's not a curriculum. They're guideposts for teachers and administrators to expand and enhance grade level curriculum. And they can provide support in creating culturally responsive instruction. One of the things, and I'll probably have this later, but to me it makes more sense. One of the things we have heard ongoing from our teachers is that they need more tools in their tool belt in how to handle situations and different conversations that organically, naturally happen in their classrooms. And how is the best way to be able to approach that? So this isn't the tool, it is one tool to be able to provide more support to teachers in that. So there are anchor standards that are developmentally designed at every stage of the K-12 education. They can support administrators depending upon the ways that they take a look at them in making schools more inclusive, more equitable, more safe, and hopefully can have areas where they can reduce acts of bullying, prejudice, and minimizing conflict, because some of it, even embedded within that, is just having a positive self-image with all of our own unique identities, and we probably all have multiple identities in some ways, where I identify as a male, I might identify as a Catholic, I might identify as a member from a very large family, whatever. So there's lots of ways where we identify, being the youngest child, being the youngest boy, all sorts of different ways that we identify ourselves. And then is this curriculum? I think I've answered that question, so I'm not going to continue to address that. And then why are these being considered by LoSal? As I've shared, we serve a diverse student population in our district. Our teachers have been asking for tools to be able to address a variety of student-driven questions and topics. And as stated again, this is not the tool, it is a tool to add more tools to teachers and administrators to help support culturally responsive instruction. And then there's this other misnomer, and I can understand because we don't always know how school districts operate or the education code, is if the board adopts the social justice standards, which does that mean they're adopting all of teaching tolerance resources? And by the way, teaching tolerance has changed their name, but when you go there, they'll tell you it's learning for justice. But we're using the word teaching tolerance because that's what I think most people keep using right now. And the answer is clearly no. The board is not formally adopting all materials provided by teaching tolerance or learning for justice. In the same way that when the board chooses to, let's say that the board approved an algebra book from Prentice Hall. That doesn't mean that suddenly, because you approved the Prentice Hall algebra book, that you now are formally adopting everything Prentice Hall has ever published, has put on their website, has issued, etc. That being said, teachers have always had the professional flexibility, if they are creating grade level content to the California standards, to be able to pull from multiple resources, whether it be on the internet, from social media, from Teachers for Teachers, where they pay teachers for other creative lessons, things of that sort. I've seen some phenomenal CGI problems that I know that have come from some of these, from web ideas, et cetera. So that doesn't mean that teachers can't pull ideas from various web sources as they are planning the grade level curriculum. But in this action, if the board approves or does not approve, you're not approving everything on the website. It is the anchor standards as a standalone supplemental resource for teachers and administrators. And so the other question that I'm asked is, so what next? So we knew, we wanted to make sure that we could be inclusive and transparent in the process, and that the community may have differing of opinions. And so we wanted to describe our behavior before we engage it. And so we've been spending the last year on creating the ethnic studies course and presenting to the board and to the community how that course has developed over time. We did a workshop prior to the board approving it one final time so that the board and the community could see that this was something that we were doing. The same thing with the social justice standards. Before we even brought them forward for community preview, we did a workshop on that to explain it to it and didn't even start the clock yet of the 30-day public preview. We also wanted to make sure that there are some meetings, like in the month of May, we only have one board meeting, and other board meetings we have two. And if any of our instructional materials are up for community preview, they have 30 days. We wanted to make sure that the public and our community had multiple opportunities to come to a board meeting to give their public comment before the board meeting adoption. So the social justice standards were presented for public preview at our last board meeting, and the board will take action, whichever action you take, to formally approve or not at our May 11th board meeting. So the community has this board meeting as well as the May 11th board meeting. And then tonight, we'll be bringing forward the curriculum for the ethnic studies course, and again, try to provide more context than we normally do for a course so that people could get a greater understanding of it. It'll be up for public preview tonight. We've also created on our website, this is new within the past couple of months, where we have a direct link under the Ed Services tab. I think it's one of the first tabs on the Ed Services page where the community and the public can take a look at what curriculum is under current preview. And so that is also on the website. So tonight, they will be bringing forward the ethnic studies curriculum, and then for minimum of 30 days for public preview, so the board will not take action on approving or what action they take until the June 1st board meeting. So that concludes my superintendent's report.
Thank you, Dr. Pulver. Thank you for the clarifications. We'd now like to move on to a very special time in our night when we get to we get a school and student report from one of our campuses, and tonight we get to hear from McGaw from Seal Beach. So Dr. Gates, would you like to come up and talk?
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Good evening, Madam President Davis, distinguished members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Pulver, esteemed cabinet members, student rep to the board, I see you, the Magassee Lion community, guest and community at large. My name is Dr. Isaiah Gates, and I am the proud principal of McGaw Elementary School. About 9 years ago, you welcomed me to the McGaw family, and I'm honored to stand before you today as principal. You raised me here at Los Al as an administrator, and it's great to be home. Thank you for trusting me with such a significant responsibility as being McGaw's principal. I'm truly grateful. Wow, it's been a year. It's been a great year. Obviously, this year we're presented with a different set of challenges. And maybe it's not easy to see now, but I believe when we look back 5, 10, perhaps maybe even 15 years on our actions, on the forward thinking of our board, on the incredible leadership of our superintendent and his cabinet, when we look back on the above and beyond efforts of our teachers and classified educators, the resilience of our children and our community, and when we look back on these characteristics that allowed us to create a safe, effective learning environment for students and teachers in the middle of a pandemic, I think we will collectively agree this has been our finest hour. Taking direction from the board, Superintendent Dr. Pulver commissioned 70+ teachers and administrators to create and disseminate clear protocols that would allow McGaw teachers and students to return to campus safely in a hybrid setting. And what a fine job they did. Daily, our teachers checked students' temperature, created and maintained social distancing, used these clear desk shields. Oh, we love those. The air purifiers is my favorite. But they worked extremely hard to ensure students wore their masks, used hand sanitizers and wipes, and other personal protective equipment to ensure a safe environment. And because these protocols were rooted in the guidelines and guidance from CDPH, McGaw teachers were confident about coming back to school, about being on campus with students, which allowed them to create a nurturing environment, effective learning. And this environment that they created was supported by caring relationships, which you can clearly see in these pictures, and effective pedagogy, like signature practices. Despite the restrictions, McGaw teachers continue to implement signature practices. Now, what are these signature practices? I'll share a couple with you. Writing workshop is a signature practice where students craft and revise, edit multiple stories throughout the school year. Genres include personal narrative, nonfiction, opinion writing, and persuasive writing. CGI math, students are presented with a math problem. They unpack the problem, highlighting key details, what information they need from the problem, what do they need or want to know from the problem. They solve the problem in several ways and explain their thinking. Depth and complexity icon encourages students to stretch their thinking through vocabulary, ethical issues, big ideas, and etc. Now, watching our teachers design virtual learning spaces was just downright inspiring. Because of the innovation of our Los Al at home teachers, our on-campus teachers like Ms. Jinx, Ms. Ruiz, Ms. Brim, Ms. Samari, Los Al Sea Lions were able to engage in rich learning opportunities that included math, art, STEM, and music. Did I say math? Yeah, math, of course. But you know, none of what we do would be possible without our classified educators. McGaw's classified educators are essential to the success of our school. We're one family, one team, and we take a different approach from different positions to reach a common goal. And that's to ensure the success of all students. Ms. Linda Laparco there on the right, she works hard to ensure that every child who needs a lunch or breakfast has one. Her commitment to student safety, well-being, and success is done through food and love. And that's just one of the reasons why she's the Los Alamitos Classified Employee of the Year. And she's right back there. But what really ties McGaw together, the McGaw Sea Lions together of all ages as a community, is the commonly shared experiences and that we like to call traditions. Traditions like A for a Day, where students are simply recognized for being who they are. Traditions like Faculty Friday, where we highlight the work of our extraordinary teachers. One of my favorite is teachers and kids. You see that bottom right picture there? That's a picture of Ms. Hess. She's a teacher at McGaw, and those kids with her are her own children. One of the traditions at McGaw is if you teach at McGaw, you bring your kids to McGaw. Or if you're a principal at McGaw, you bring your kids to McGaw. My two little girls, Grace and Emerson, are proud Sea Lions. McGaw Idol was a blast this year. started in 2011 by then Assistant Principal Andrea Reed, now Deputy Superintendent. Talk about life goals, right? McGaw Idol was a bit different this year. Students participated by submitting videos from everything from horseback riding, singing, and playing the piano. It was truly enjoyable to watch. Sadly, we were not able to host Pageant of the Arts this year. Pageant of the Arts is kind of like the Rose Parade. It's the granddaddy of them all, of all the traditions. And this year would have been the 39th year of this long-standing traditions of art at McGaw. No worries. We will work extremely hard to bring back the pageant next year, and we will either celebrate the 39th year or the first year after COVID. We haven't decided yet, but following that, we will definitely hold the 40th anniversary of the Pageants of the Arts here at McGaw. So we invite you all down. And then you've been hearing a lot about the month of the military child, and that's why we're all wearing purple. Personally, I grew up as a military child, as an Air Force brat. That's what we called ourselves. Moving from base to base is a big deal. And so McGaw has a huge military family community with the Navy base right next to us, and we value the service that our men and women of the armed forces provide to our country, and we value the sacrifices that our families and our children make. So thank you for honoring them. And again, you can see that our board and our community are wearing purple in support of our students. All the traditions of McGaw, I can go on and on and on, but I think it may be helpful to hear from a couple McGaw students who took time to write a letter to the board members. Take a look. Oh, you know what? I skipped some of our traditions and also student statements. Oh, excuse me. So pardon me there, because this is important. I skipped. Our community engagement, none of the traditions that we're able to do could happen without our community engagement. Each week we send a letter. We connect with our parents by sending a letter home, letting them know the happenings of our school. Our International Culture Club does a wonderful job connecting our communities, and highlighting our different cultures. There you see where they had a 5-panel women's interview. It was absolutely fantastic. We did a pie with the principal, but one of my favorite partnerships is with the Seal Beach PD. Many of you know, some of you may not know, that my father is a retired police officer, and the work that the men and women of Seal Beach PD do every day is quite important, but they still take time to make us feel like we're the #1 priority in Seal Beach. And so these are our community engagements. Now we see the letter to the board.
I so love the letter to the school board and the superintendent assignment that Ms. Salmones gave us. Yeah, this has been such a great year, and the school board should just know how good it's been at McGaw. So, what should we write? I think we should start with, Dear Madam President, esteemed members of the board, Dr. Pulver, and community members, I'm Leah Gregory. And I am Maddox Mock. We are 5th graders at McGaw Elementary School. This year has been different than any other year, but during the school day, you would never know it. There have been pluses and minuses, but mostly pluses. Our academics are rigorous and challenging. We have to work hard every day. This year we loved learning through whole class novels like Home of the Brave. We wrote an opinion essay on what we thought the theme of the book was. What about the 40-book challenge? We are participating in the 40-book challenge. We have to read 40 books, all from different genres, by the end of the year. Oh, and don't forget the science. In science we learned about the solar system. In social studies we learned about the American Revolution, as well as celebrating Women's History Month and Black History Month. We have fun too. Brain breaks. During learning, we have brain breaks where we can play in the playground. School can be hard though. Because McGaw is so challenging, learning doesn't come easily to everyone. Miss O and Miss Bernie come into our classrooms and work with small groups to help us grow as learners based on our learning styles. The STEM and Art Lab is for everybody. I was happy to have STEM and Art this year through the Google Classroom. Each week, STEM challenges us to be creative and to redesign when it doesn't work. Miss Brim makes it easier to draw when it's hard and tells us it's okay if it's not perfect. And our teachers at McGaw are the best. The teachers at McGaw have made this year really fun, even though we are in a pandemic. Teachers are so calm. We know it's harder for them in a shorter day, and they're so patient. They make us feel like we're the only group of the day. McGaw is a truly special place to have fun. We just had our annual McGaw Idol. Because it was done virtually, sea lions were able to get creative and show talents we have never seen before on stage. What about Pie with the Principal? Dr. Gates hosted a Zoom night, Pie with the Principal. It was a blast. Oh, and the Jogathon. McGaw PTA sponsored their first annual Jogathon. When we made $5,000, Miss Wood dyed her hair purple. When we made $10,000, Dr. Gates made a lip-sync rockstar video. Finally, I can't wait for all the 5th grade activities. We have the alternate outdoor science school coming up in May. And thank you for letting us have a 5th grade promotion in a safe way. How about we close with something like this? Because of this year and our experiences at McGaw, we're prepared to problem solve, collaborate, and think critically. We welcome all the challenges that lie ahead. We are future Griffins. Thank you.
On behalf of McGaw teachers, staff, Assistant Principal Wendy Wood, I want to thank the board for its tireless effort, time, and support of all that we do at McGaw down in Seal Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gates. I think we have a few board members, administrators that'd like to speak. Mrs. Coutinho.
Dr. Gates, I want to say that I really enjoyed the students giving their report. They did a great job. Please let them know that they did that. And I'm so glad they highlighted some of the experiences they are having and will be having as 5th graders, because I tend to think, oh, they don't have outdoor science class. How we're going to do promotion? We couldn't do pageant of the art. It's like you just tend to think of the things that you're missing, but don't tell the kids that, because they're having a great time with what you guys are doing on campus to make this year special. So thank you.
Thank you for your support.
Mr. Forehand?
Yes, Isaac, all you have to do is walk through the classrooms at McGaw, and my personal favorite is read aloud to the classroom kids at McGaw to know that the sea lions are in great hands. So thank you for your leadership, and Mrs. Wood for your leadership as well. Good job.
Thank you so much.
Isaac, I really want to, I'm going to tell you that I'm really disappointed you didn't inject a clip from your video. It was outstanding. The kids loved it. Everything that happens at your school is pure joy. Really enjoyed it. I love getting the chance to read to 3 of your classrooms. These kids are truly happy and joyful. Except for masks and screens, they don't know there's a pandemic. They just find a way to learn and to grow. And it's just a very wonderful place. Thank you so much. Dr. Pulver?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I can't let a school report go by without commenting. I just want to thank Dr. Gates and Mrs. Wood, but really all of the teachers and classified staff at McGaw. It is such a special place, and I couldn't agree more. I literally wrote down what the students said. Teachers at McGaw are the best. I think that personifies our teachers at McGaw extremely well, and that they're so calm. And I don't know if it's the beach atmosphere that just makes us a little bit calmer, but they really are, and they just approach everything. And I think what I love about McGaw teachers, and I think it's true for many, but I'll focus on McGaw, is you can be developmentally appropriate and still be rigorous as well, and that our teachers do that. And Seal Beach is such an amazing community to raise your child. And what's so wonderful about the McGaw School is it's the only school that is in the city and the community of Seal Beach. And so it really, you have the whole community rallying behind, whether it be through the police department, just the amount of city support, the base, but really our parents. And we're going to hear a little bit later about one of the amazing parents, but it's true of all of our parents who just provide extraordinary opportunities for our students to help them thrive. And so McGaw is an amazing place, and I just want to say thank you and welcome on your first year, Dr. Gates, back as he was at the high school, left us for a little bit, and it's welcome home as McGaw principal. It's great to see you and representing all of your amazing staff.
Dr. Prober, I am truly grateful. And, just to say, I couldn't agree with you more. McGaw teachers are the best. I know it as a principal and as a parent. I'll share one story. Emerson is my youngest one, and she's in kindergarten. She's learning to read. And so we're home, and she's asking me how to spell a word. Call it supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. No, call it hat. And I say, Emerson, what sounds do you hear? And when she does this, I said, yeah, you're doing a great job. So I couldn't agree with you more. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gates. Now we know you have a special presentation, your Hero of the Heart Award. So would you like to do the presenting?
Yes, I would. I'm so excited for this. Let me get my notes here. Okay. Oprah, Jordan, Cher, Prince, Obama, Ali, Gandhi, Farnaz. In our society, we have a particular way of honoring those who exhibit a unique brand of excellence. For those individuals whose standard of excellence is unyielding in everything they do, whose commitment to a cause, to a community, whose compassion reaches deep into the spirit of humanity, we elevate them to society's highest platform, the one name status. Farnaz, McGaw's Hero of the Heart, has reached the one name status. Of the hundreds of thousands of individuals that share her name, she is the best of the best. Maya Angelou wrote, I do my best because I'm counting on you, counting on me. This quote best describes Farnaz. Officially, Farnaz Prasani, Farnaz, embodies a spirit of excellence that is beyond reproach. I was first introduced to the spirit of excellence during my interview for the McGaw principalship, where she persisted with a follow-up question. What if there's a need for change? What if there's something that needs to happen? I knew at that very moment, my livelihood rested on a singular response. As PTA president, Farnaz is a consummate commitment towards excellence. She works tirelessly to ensure that parents and teachers and students have the support needed to succeed. As a parent of two McGaw Sea Lions, Raya and Landon, and Ella, who is a promoted Sea Lion, she herself understands and is invested in the opportunities we provide our students. She authored the grant for which McGaw received $3,000 to cover the cost of a social-emotional parent workshop. Even the 4th District PTA has acknowledged the great work Farnaz and our PTA has been able to accomplish this year. The team was recognized at this year's 4th District PTA annual meeting for their hard work and commitment. Oh, and there's the idea of supporting McGaw's new principal, which I can hear can be quite a task. Day or night, busy or not, Farnaz will call or take a call. Through our conversations, it's clear she's invested in McGaw's success, my success, our partnership, and our friendship. To borrow a line from our friend, Dr. Greg Stone, when your name is mentioned in a positive relationship with Farnaz, you know you're standing among tall timber. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the board, please stand and officially welcome Ms. Farnaz Prasani, Farnaz, as McGaw's Hero of the Heart.
my goodness. Oh, thank you. Wow. What an honor.
And you look like you brought some folks with you.
Yes, I sure did. Oh my goodness. Wow, beautiful. What an honor. Thank you, Dr. Gates. Thank you, Dr. Pulver. Thank you, the Board of Education. I am so honored and humbled by this recognition. You're making me verklempt. I'm usually not. I'm usually not. I'm, like I said, I'm truly honored and humbled by this recognition. And to be honest with you, I feel a little bit uneasy to be recognized and awarded for doing work that has been so personally rewarding to me. And so for that, I am just truly appreciative. The thing about volunteers and volunteerism is that you do it because you care. You see a need, you roll up your sleeves, you work hard to fill that need. So when you get recognized for it, it is just such a humbling experience and truly the cherry on top. I stand here because I have been fortunate to work with the best. The PTA Executive Board, the PTA leadership team, the room parents, the slew of volunteers that stand beside me, the custodial staff, last but not absolutely not least, that come along when we have new ideas, new programs, changes in our programs, we want to think out of the box. They're there, they're supportive every step of the way. And I've also been very, very lucky that I've gotten to work with two outstanding principals, Mrs. Ronnie Ellis, who retired, and now Dr. Gates, and that have truly championed and advocated for our PTA programs. Programs like the astronomy night. We brought some local astronomers in last year before the pandemic. They brought their telescopes. They taught our kids about the stars, the moon, the planets. And this was really our intention, to ignite the spirit of learning and science and STEM. Programs like the International Culture Club that Dr. Gates mentioned, where we really truly celebrate different cultures and traditions and really show our kids that differences are our strength. Programs like, just most recently, like the McGaw Give Back Project, where we worked as a community to give back to the Seal Beach local businesses that were really suffering from months of shutdown. And we really wanted to help them out. And when I say champions and advocates, I have to really truly pause and let you know that Dr. Gates over here was so supportive of the PTA that he actually dressed up as a rock star and he lip synced based on student request to a medley of songs that truly brought tears to my eyes, and I know to the children's eyes. They truly go above and beyond, and that glorious hair that Miss Wood has was dyed purple. Again, just to support us. I would be remiss if I didn't mention the best in class, most dedicated, hardworking, passionate teachers at McGaw. They are truly the lifeline of McGaw, and they have been so supportive of every program that we've brought to them. Without their support and dedication, none of it would be a success. So I just want to leave you with one last thing. McGaw is a truly special place. I am so honored that I've had a chance to support and serve it the way that I have in the last few years. I do have a 7th grader over there, so I'll let you do the math. But it's special because of its teachers, because of its administrators, because of its staff, because of its people, its families, its volunteers. It's special because at McGaw we care. We care about the whole child. We care about the social emotional wellness of children. We care about the arts. Dr. Gates mentioned the pageant of the arts. If you haven't seen it, we invite you to come back next year. You will be awed. And we care about academic excellence. Yes, we are a beach community, but we care about academic excellence. So with that said, again, I am honored I'm humbled, and I will cherish their recognition. Thank you.
Thank you, Farnaz. Farnaz, would you introduce your family to us?
Oh, yes, I would love to. My biggest fan, my husband, Neil, my son, Landon, my daughter, Ella, who's in 7th grade at McCullough, and my daughter, Raya, who is in 4th grade at McGraw.
Thank you so much.
So, Fanaz, I just want to say that it's so funny because we do really live in a small town. You tell people when you're outside of here where you live and they're, oh, you're in California or you're in LA. No, we live in a really small community. And I see this woman very often in the morning, bright and early. We happen to go to the same gym and we have conversations occasionally. And I so appreciate your grace in everything you do, and also being able to be frank about things, but to do it in such a graceful, respectful manner, and to know what your real heart is really for your children and all the children that our school touches. And I'm very glad that you are part of our La Salle family. Thank you very much, and thank you for bringing your beautiful grace to us.
Thank you, Farnaz. Your name is known from one end of the district to the other. I'm at the far end, and what you've done and what you accomplished for kids is just astounding. So you're an example to everybody. Thank you so much.
I just want to add, Farnaz is just an exceptional woman of character, such strength and integrity, wicked smart, and fiercely advocate for our students, as well as supporting our staff to provide the best resources that we can. Farnaz came in as the PTA at a difficult time at McGaw and just stepped up as a leader and really made some incredible impacts and ripple effects that are, and I think some lasting changes that will occur. But I also really love, as Mrs. Hill shared, is just the grace in which you approach things, but also the strong, honest, direct feedback and guidance. I can remember having several conversations with you as we were looking for recruitment for the McGaw principal. And she really understands, along with the McGaw community, what they need, and that they're tapping into the 4As and all 4As, and that they're all equally important. And so I just really want to thank you. And you're right, I rarely see you without your husband, so it's a dynamic duo. I really appreciate the family commitment as well. And thank you for your ongoing support on behalf of all of our Sea Lions and future Griffins.
And I think Mrs. Catuli would like to say something.
I wasn't going to say much because I thought we need to move on with the meeting, but with Farnaz, I have really appreciated our conversations. And I think at one time I said, oh, I'm so glad to be talking to somebody from McGaw who thinks that way, because I have roots at McGaw too. And I appreciate everything that you do. This recognition is so well deserved. So enjoy the moment.
Thank you. Thank you. And now we're moving on to a Classified Employee of the Year award, which will be presented by Dr. Frazier.
Thank you, Madam President. What a great night for McGaw. Congratulations to all of the teachers and staff, all of the students out there, and the community of Seal Beach. Great place to be. Been involved in the community for quite some time as well. So it's amazing that we're also going to be celebrating our one of our classified employees of the year, also from McGaw tonight, Miss Linda Laparco. She is our food service assistant. She is the site lead at the Satellite Cafeteria. And in speaking to some of her colleagues and around the school, really, if I could sum up everything that they said, is really Linda puts the cafe in cafeteria. So she does an amazing job there at McGaw. Just an incredible employee, and it does speak a lot for you to be chosen as the Classified Employee of the Year for the amazing employees that we do have in our school district. It says a lot about what you do and the work that you provide for our students and our community here in Los Alamitos. So to speak on behalf of Linda, we're going to bring to the podium our food service director, Celeste Kalubakib.
Madam President Davidson, distinguished members of the board, esteemed members of the executive cabinet, ladies and gentlemen of the community, good evening. We would like to call on Ms. Linda Luparco, please, to come up. Price is right. Okay, don't cry now. We in food services are fortunate to work with an exceptional employee in Ms. Linda Luparco. Tonight, we are here to honor and celebrate her as Employee of the Year. Linda, everybody cherishes your compassion, customer service, dedication, reliability, and lively disposition. It makes kids anticipate eating in the cafeteria, and us, your colleagues, appreciate work more. I am amazed at the wealth of positive and can-do demeanor that made the difficulties and changes we have come through this year with the pandemic, all the changes that we have done and will continue to do. It made it easier because of your can-do attitude. Because of your adaptability, flexibility, and proficiency, you effectively executed all our plans and converted your site over to a drive-through curbside meal service. Linda, not only are you a mother of 3, but also a grandmother to the hundreds of students of McGaw. You continue your magical connection with the students despite not seeing them every day. When they come through your line, you're able to remember their names and their faces, and they're not lost to you. And thank you for being superlative in your job as a food services satellite at McGaw, in coming to work every day, especially during the time when the risk was at their peak. And you exemplify our better together mantra day by day. And you continue to promote connection of serving nutritious meals to our students to help them have a better chance or the best learning experience in the classroom. Linda, we are so proud of you. And in behalf of your family in Los Alamitos Unified, thank you so much for going beyond, above and beyond everything, and creating a warm and embracing environment for our children at McGaw. So congratulations, well deserved.
Linda, you truly are an exceptional employee. Someone who is just loving and caring to our students. We have over 400 classified employees, and we only get to recognize about 3 a year. So for you to be recognized among our amazing classified staff really is a testament to who you are. And what I'll say is your name has come up year after year. This is not the first year. And of course, we have so many. So it's just that your reputation precedes yourself. And it's the way that you embrace all students, the way that you embrace providing services and meals. But you also have an incredible team. And what I loved when we got to surprise and recognize you, how excited your team was for you in addition to the whole school. And what I think about our cafeteria workers, our food service workers, I've really gotten to, I think, get a stronger bond with many of them during this pandemic. And I know many of our board members as well. When most of our schools were closed and most employees were at home during the height of the pandemic last March, April, May, and June, our food service employees were showing up, I'm going to get emotional, every single day providing lunch services to our families and to those in need. They just stepped up, and I could not be more proud to be associated with them and to be working alongside of them. So I thank you and all of the food services staff for the community service that you have provided and continue to provide to this exceptional community. Congratulations as our classified employee of the year.
Hello, I'd just like to say thank you very much. I'm honored, I'm flattered, I'm shocked, I'm just so thankful. And I'm thankful my children went to the school. And when I see all of your kids, our kids, all the time, I think of they're my kids. And if my kids were here, you treat them just like they're my kids and think about it like that and just care. And I do, and thank you for all caring. And I'm just really grateful. Thank you.
Congratulations.
So Dr. Pulver now has a very special introduction for all of us that we are extremely excited about.
I do. I am pleased to be able to introduce our newest Griffin principal starting July 1, 2021. If you saw from our McGaw students, they were talking about being future Griffins. How great is it that our future Griffin principal is able to see and hear. So before I introduce Ms. Christiana Kraus, I would also just like to say one more heartfelt thank you. Thank you is not enough for the immense service and humble leadership of Dr. Stone, who has come back to be able to, at the height of one of the most challenging years ever, to come out of retirement, working for free in many ways, because as a retiree, you're very limited on how much you can officially work. And so there is no better gift than any of us can give is ourselves. And Dr. Stone, I don't know how you continue to give of yourself, but I just want to thank you on behalf of the entire Los Alamitos community and Griffin family for all that you have done. And so it gives me great pleasure to announce tonight that after a very rigorous selection process with participation from stakeholders of teachers and classified employees, parents, board members, administrators, that we have selected Ms. Christiana Kraus as the next Los Alamitos High School principal. Christiana, please come on up. So I'll share a little bit about Christiana. She has over 21 years of high school experience in a myriad of different ways. She has, what was important for what we heard from several is really someone, who's going to stay as the high school principal. We've talked about that a great deal, who's going to really stay in this role. And when you love this job, you do want to stay. Again, where I talked about Dr. Stone, he loved it so much, he came back and worked in a year of service. And so I think Mrs. Kraus is excited to join the Griffin family. She is a seasoned principal. She's served as a high school principal for 5 years. She's worked in 3 different school districts. She's currently the principal of one of the I think it's the second largest high school anywhere in the state of California in Paramount. She served 15 years in Whittier Union High School District as well as an assistant principal of guidance, counseling, curriculum, and instruction. She was a social science teacher and a PE teacher where she coached softball, cross country, and get this, a national champion hip hop dance program. Look at that. So she is excited to join the Griffin family. She's extremely student-centered, passionate about the 4As, and someone I think who really inspires others to elicit the same commitment and passion. She received her Bachelor's of Science and Master's degree from Cal State Dominguez Hills, and she played softball at Long Beach City College. She lives locally with her husband, Jose, of 22 years, and has 2 children, Connor and Colin, both who I'll let her share a little bit about that. But in her free time, which as a high school administrator, and as many of them are here tonight can attest, they probably don't have a lot of free time, but she loves cooking and family gatherings, playing, walking her 5 dogs, watching baseball, softball games, and continuing her dream of visiting every baseball stadium in the country. So talk about a commitment to the 4As. We are so pleased to be able to introduce tonight to our community, Ms. Christiana Kraus, who will be the high school Griffin principal starting July 1, 2021. Ms. Christiana Kraus, come on forward.
First of all, I just want to say thank you. I've just felt so welcomed through the process and after, and I just am so excited to be part of this community. Good evening to all, Madam President Davidson, Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Pulver, Executive Cabinet, and the Los Alamitos High School community. I want to thank you for the honor of being selected and entrusted as the next principal of Los Alamitos High School. Los Alamitos has always been a school, a district, and a community that honors comprehensive excellence. I am thrilled to be part of that continued legacy and the consistent focus of valuing the whole student demonstrated by the comprehensive commitment in the academics, athletics, arts, and activities. I look forward to working closely with teachers, students, staff, parents, and the community to continue this tradition, as well as supporting innovation and ongoing strides towards reflective and progressive growth together, igniting unlimited possibilities for all Griffins at Los Alamitos High School. I would like to take this moment to again thank my small but incredibly loving and supportive family who are watching live stream. We didn't want to take too many seats. Tonight, my husband, Jose, who I have been married to for 22 years, my oldest son, Connor, who's a junior and is a film major and art business minor, and my son, Colin, who is a senior who will transition to adult transition, is in the special needs program. And I would be remiss to not speak about my mom, who is my strength, who if we did not have her, my husband and I could not pursue and have the healthy, beautiful family we have. I love you all, and thank you for how you love and support me. Again, to the Board of Education, Los Alamitos School District, and the Griffin family, I am beyond humbled and honored by this selection, as well as to serve and to become part of the Los Alamitos High School community. And again, thank you.
And so COVID does make it a bit of a challenge, but we will be providing opportunities. I know the staff is eager to be able to get a little bit more introduction to Ms. Christiana Kraus, as is our high school administrative team. We've been able to provide some transition with her and Dr. Stone as well. So we will be providing opportunities for that, and then also for the families to be able to meet her. And often, sometimes one of the best ways for a new high school principal to meet families is through registration week. So I'm sure that'll be another great way in the summer, but she's going to hit the ground running. She's already been asked for a lot of documents. She's asked for the WAS document, org charts, leaders, et cetera. So I just love how she's already trying to manage being her current role as the principal at one of the largest high schools, but also really trying to learn as much as she can about our Los Al and Griffin culture. So welcome. We are looking forward to a long tenure here in Los Al. Thank you, Mrs. Kraus.
Welcome, Christiana. I was fortunate to be on your interview panel, and I will tell you, even on Zoom, your energy, your passion, your diverse experience made you really just such a find for us. So we are really tremendously grateful that you have accepted this position. And please know we are all here to support you in any way we can. So thank you so much. We're now going to take a recess. Before I do, thank you, Dr. Stone. There is no greater man in the universe. You have a heart of gold, the highest level of integrity and selflessness. So thank you. We're taking a 5-minute break. We have 93 speakers, so get ready.
We'd like to take pictures of those who were recognized.
Oh, yes,
so our Hero of the Heart, our Linda, our Classified Employee of the Year, and Ms. Christiana Kraus. We'll take pictures here in the middle so you don't have
And due to the
Do we,
large number.
just Mrs. Davidson, do we need a countdown for the YouTube?
Sorry. Sorry, jump again. Okay, we're now returning to our meeting. It is the public forum, the opportunity for members of the community and staff to speak. Due to the fact we have over 90 cards, we will need to entertain a motion to extend the 30 minutes in order for everybody to be able to speak and consider whether the 3-minute length for speech is appropriate. Do I have any discussion from the board?
I think 3 minutes would be too long. Last time we asked them to speak only for 2 minutes. And as I said before, and I think most of the board agrees with me, is that if the public wants to address us, we should hear everyone. And so I would move that we extend the period of public comment until everyone has had a chance to speak who has already turned in cards, but limit their amount of time at the podium to 2 minutes.
I second that motion.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Okay, the motion carries 5-0. We will allow for everyone to speak, but the speaking time will be 2 minutes, so please limit yourself to 2 minutes. A speaker may not relinquish his or her time to another. When addressing the board, speakers are requested to address the board from the podium, state their name, and adhere to the time limits. The board may not take any actions or discuss any item not appearing on the agenda and cannot immediately respond to public comments. We know that sometimes issues addressed to the board can be emotional and heartfelt. To ensure an open and civil environment that is inclusive of more than 9,400 students we serve and their families, we remind speakers that their comments must be consistent with the California Education Code pertaining to discrimination. This includes comments that are derogatory, disparaging, or insulting to particular groups or individuals. Such comments to or about individuals or protected groups are not appropriate at a meeting such as this, where attendance is open to students, as well as members of the community who may be within the protected rights groups. I have to add that as an American history teacher in the district for 20 years, I continually stress to my students the importance of participating as citizens in a free nation. I emphasize to them that being engaged is not simply a right, but a responsibility if we want to protect our democracy. It makes me so proud to see all the young people here tonight who have come to stand up for what you believe. It doesn't matter which side of the issue you are on. You have chosen to engage in civil discourse and debate. I hope that every adult in this room shows you the respect you deserve by honoring your right to free speech, peaceful assembly, and redress of grievances. We will now begin.
Madam President, I may just suggest,
Sure.
so if there's 90 plus cards at 2 minutes, that's could be 3 hours of public comment, which the board has already agreed to. I might suggest you take a brief recess just to afford any of you, if you need to use the restroom or a stretch break, maybe halfway through at about an hour and a half. I can monitor that time and then continue the public comment. But I want to make sure that you can also take care of any personal needs that you may have during this time.
Thank you. That was very thoughtful. We will call out speakers 2 names at a time so that the second speaker who may be coming from the other rooms can make it to the podium and we can make the best use of time. Our first speaker is Bill Andrews. Our second speaker is Marilyn Barnett.
Good evening, board and Dr. Pulver and all of the other fine administrators here and parents. It's been quite the journey for my kids. One is a graduate and a senior now at Cal Poly. One's a senior, and I have a sophomore. And I'm so appreciative of all the work that all of you have done. And yeah, like this. Yep. So, and one of the reasons we've chose this district is because it's gotten such a fine reputation, and it's well deserved. But I'm concerned about some of the directions it's headed right now, and it's heading. One of those directions is tied in with who you're having. There's a parent ed night that's coming Thursday along the same lines of what we were talking here. And the speaker, it's for parents of 8th grade, kindergartners through 8th grade, and It's a virtual event on Zoom to use children's literature for parents and guardians to learn how to use children's literature to enhance literacy skills and to develop an awareness of social issues. And the presenter is, it's posted on the website, but it's Claudia Vecchio-Willi, literacy staff developer and educator. And I had never heard of her, and so I just did a quick search, and she was recently on the front page of the Orange County Register, and she looks to be a militant activist with social justice agenda, and I have the pictures of here that was on the front of the register, and got one for each of the members. And Dr. Pulver. And and I'm not saying that the person who put this together knew that speaker was the background for the speaker.
Your time is up. Thank you. Marilyn Barnett, and then Jonas, I believe it's Jonas A. Lamb.
Doesn't start till I start talking, right? Okay, because I've got a lot more to say. Okay, I am on my 29th year of teaching in the district, so I feel I'm qualified to speak knowledgeably. I am here speaking to you on one specific topic. First, I would like to address the onslaught of misinformation directed at our teachers, administrators, and the school board by a group of people determined to draw attention to themselves by making inflammatory claims with absolutely no foundation in truth. They claim to be concerned about our children, but they heckle those students when they got up to speak at the last board meeting. We had an 8th grader speak, and she was grabbed by one of the hecklers. Another student, and that was in the newspaper, another student from the high school was screamed at, and there were many accounts of our visitors losing control. I hope that they've learned something from that. You traveled here to draw attention to yourselves and to garner support for your various political agendas. You are small town lobbyists, and I am here to tell you, you picked the wrong city. Our parents are smart. Let me be clear. Within the group, you have been lying about the curriculum we are using, and some individuals who are seizing an opportunity to further their own personal agenda, some of which may involve financial gain. Charter schools are not governed by the same rules and regulations that public schools are, so money has been moved around and people may profit unethically. Larry Scholl from Pasadena is actively promoting an initiative in the ballot next year that would fund charter schools with public school money. Part of their motivation is to slander public schools so that the voting public will be unfairly influenced to vote for that initiative. Jeff Markey sits on the board of Orange County Classical Academy and is an outspoken advocate for charter schools. Let's see. A charter school in Los Alamitos would be a waste of money, not advantageous to your children, frankly ridiculous. I watched a 2-hour Cornerstone Town meeting 3 times. They spent a lot of time talking about their accomplishments and suggested some strategies for intimidating board members. On the video, Arthur Schopper, the director of the organization Mass Resistance and
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Jonas A. Lamb, followed by Nico Munt. Forgive me for any mistakes on names.
It's actually Jonas.
Oh, thank you, honey, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll vote for you. What are you running for?
Hi, my name is Jonas Lamb, and I am a 7th grader at Oak, and I'm currently enrolled in Los Al at home. Today I will be speaking about ethnic studies and the elective, and if I'm going to be completely honest, originally I didn't really want to speak about this, but I feel that there should be more students advocating and being vocal about this topic. Anyways, Anyways, my top 3 reasons about why I think ethnic studies is good for the district is first reason, it teaches ethnicities and different backgrounds and their achievements to students. This would be helpful for students to learn about different people and have fun done from different backgrounds. It shows us that there's no race stronger or better than another. For my second reason why ethnic studies is good for the district, it's an elective, which means that it's optional, and if you don't want to take it or your parents don't want you to take it, then you don't have to. So it's not being forced upon you. Finally, for my third reason, if this is about learning about different ethnicities, then hopefully students who are through this course will be able to view the world in a new light and stop racism, sexism, and other not so nice things. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well done. So, Nico Munch, followed by Emmy Chen.
Hi, I'm Nico Munch Casanova, a student at Los Alamitos High School. I'm also the ASB sophomore co-president, and I believe that this ethnic studies class is a very important class because it tells us stories that help us belong, stories over different cultures and different histories of these cultures, of how we belong to the fabric of this country. Nobody is being forced to take this class, nor is it necessary to graduate. The banning of this class would only appease a very vocal minority, a group unwilling to learn or grow, and silence the voices of students open to change and eager to learn new and exciting cultures and stories. Let me tell you a story about something just like this. Over spring break, my family and I took a trip up to Northern California. While we walked through the vast open fields and large ranches, one of the people we were walking with told us that the city we were staying in, Big Sur, was originally named La Tierra Grande del Sur, in English being the big land of the South. After hearing this, I noticed several things about the culture here that I hadn't noticed before. I saw Mexican murals, ancient Spanish-style ranches, and old clay houses belonging to older Mexican generations. I'm actually Mexican-American, and the telling of my culture and my story makes me feel part of this country. If the story is ripped away and hidden from us, it doesn't make me feel like I'm part of that anymore. I want myself, my children, and everybody else to know their contributions to this country so they can identify with and feel as a part of this community. I'm hoping this ethnic studies class will help me learn more important stories from other people. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much. Amy Chen, followed by Catherine Chen.
Hello, this is Emmy. Thank you. Since the last board meeting, I have printed, read, and highlighted every page of the social justice standards. I think they're amazing because they can explicitly address problems in our schools. The social justice standards are grade band specific. For my grade band, 6th through 8th, they describe an action scenario as during gym class, Jenny's friends are making fun of a girl in their class for being fat. Jenny speaks up to tell her friends how harmful such speech can be. She calmly explains to them that a person's weight is determined by a lot of different factors, and that weight is not necessarily a sign of good or bad health. This anti-bias scenario provides an example of the teasings that occur at my school. I constantly hear girls making comments about their own weight or even body shaming others. Another scenario is in the 6th to 8th grade band is injustice. This scenario addresses immigration and stereotypes. Students of color represent over 50% of our student population. As a Chinese American, I have faced stereotypes such as the forever foreigner myth. I have been told to go back to my country several times in Los Alamitos. This is my home. I was born in the Los Alamitos Hospital. These standards specifically address the problems at our schools and in our community. The people against these social justice standards claim that they make white students feel racist. This cannot be further from the truth. The identity standards discuss the importance of love of one's own culture. Standard Identity 4 is students will express pride, confidence, and healthy self-esteem without denying the dignity and value of other people. This standard describes the importance of pride for all cultures. Each and every one of us has rich cultural backgrounds. These standards encourage self-esteem and confidence for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmy. Thank you. Cassidy Chan?
I became a Chen today. One of my favorite sheroes, aside from my 13-year-old, is Amanda Gorman. In Amanda Gorman's inaugural poem, she said, "It's because being American is more than a pride we inherit. It is the past we step into and how we repair it." 3 years ago, Los Al students and families filled the boardroom sharing their stories, often through tears, asking for district-level change. The district listened and created the Human Relations Task Force, a committee where all stakeholders, teachers, parents, board members, and students work collectively with intention to address issues of diversity and inclusion district-wide. Last year, in the midst of the nationwide protests, our Los Al students also led their own and again shared their personal stories and their hopes to be seen and valued in school texts. The district again listened and started their year-long commitment to develop an ethnic studies curriculum. I share this story as initiatives proposed were thoughtfully developed in response to listening deeply to students and the communities taking action. The events in our district and the school board throughout this past month shows how much we as grown-ups can still continue to grow in our own development towards inclusion. I thank you for showing us how to deeply listen, to lead with humility, and for your commitment to best practices that ensure Los Al students are prepared to be global citizens, to think critically about the world around them with empathy for others who are different than them, and with a pride in themselves to see each of their worth. My hope is in our youth. They will make our world a better place. I'm honored to have my child and my children in this district. Thank you.
Thank you, Cassidy. Our next speaker is Jack Chang, followed by Natalie Chang.
Good evening. My name is Jack Chang, and I'm a junior here at Los Alamitos High School. I'm here to speak in support of the Ethnic Studies class. I am currently enrolled in AP US History, and our class is now halfway through the last of the 9 units. Over the course of the year, I've noticed that more often than not, important events and people in American history are not given what they deserve in our history books. Many of these people and events that have been overlooked fall under the category that ethnic studies would address. This includes figures such as Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta, who are co-founders of the National Farm Workers Association. Chavez received a small mention in a mere paragraph, and Huerta was not mentioned at all in the history textbook. Even the Tulsa Race Massacre, a targeted attack in a black Oklahoma neighborhood that has been called the single worst incident of racial violence in American history, also received zero mention in the history textbook. In order for students to learn about the countless figures and events that our current curriculum overlooks, we must include ethnic studies as an elective course at Los Alamitos High School. We are a culturally diverse community. In order for us to understand each other and where we've come from, we must be given the opportunity to learn about each other's stories, experiences, and shared history. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you this evening.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you. Our next speaker is Natalie Chang, followed by Mossy Kennedy.
Good evening. My name is Natalie Chang, and I've lived in the Los Alamitos Unified School District for over 16 years with my husband. We have 2 children who attend Los Alamitos schools, one at the high school and one at Weaver Elementary School. After watching the board meetings online the last few months, I felt compelled to come here tonight and speak up. I've experienced both anger and sadness when it comes to the way our district boardroom has been transformed into a place full of hate speech. Somewhere along the way, what should be a safe space for civil discourse and discussion about diversity and tolerance has evolved into a shameful and hateful place full of political grandstanding. To everyone disseminating misinformation, stoking fear and division, heckling, booing, and laughing at students and parents who speak up, please know that your words and your actions are just solidifying how desperately we need ethnic studies and social justice standards. Our family is proud of our board's decision to vote 5-0 in favor of an ethnic studies course. We're proud of our teachers and administrators for doing the heavy lifting and deep dive into researching and crafting meaningful ethnic studies curriculum and social justice standards. And perhaps most of all, we're proud of our students who, even in the face of hate and disrespect, continue to show up and speak up. Each and every one of you inspire us, and we're extremely grateful for you and your bravery. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mossy Kennedy, followed by Barbara Farrell.
Hello, my name is Mossy Kennedy and I teach at the high school. Recently, I've had 2 difficult and awkward conversations with administrators who told me we're not ready for this. Those statements prompted me to recall the visit a few years ago of Terrence Roberts, one of the Little Rock 9 who came to the high school. One of the lessons of his presentation was that Little Rock wasn't ready. The work done there was not convenient, but with the advantage of history, we know it was a necessary transformation. The work done there was righteous, decent, and just. And it took guidance and leadership to accomplish that work. It provided a fine example of what the late Representative John Lewis called good trouble. And at times, positions of leadership can be lonely in the face of adversity, but they don't have to be. The district and the board can create an important alliance and partnership in this work by listening and supporting student voices. Students seeking inclusive, relevant education. Please acknowledge the courage and determination of students taking control of their own education. Please exert your positive leadership by standing with these students committed to this good trouble. Thanks.
Thank you, Mossy. Barbara Farrell, followed by Tara Farisian.
Good evening, President Davidson, honorable board members, and Superintendent Dr. Pulver. My name is Barbara Farrell, and I live, volunteer, and attend church in Los Alamitos. My grandchildren have attended school here, and one is still in attendance. I support and applaud the integration of the Ethnic Studies program. About 3 years ago, children brought to our attention racial, religious bullying in our schools. We developed the Human Resource Advisory Council to help develop understanding and community. We are a diverse country, and we live in one of the most diverse states. Ethnic studies will develop critical thinking in all students who participate. Overall grades go up when students recognize the achievements of all ethnic backgrounds. As with the Human Relations Advisory Council, we want to affirm the identities, stories, and contributions to develop a loving, inclusive community. Paid operatives have come from outside of our community to spread false and misleading information. Let's just say that that lack of real information leads to fear, and fear is the launching pad for hatred and scapegoating. We live in the school district. We who live in the school district want to promote a loving, inclusive community for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Farrell. Tara Phrygian, followed by Pastor Sam Pullen.
Thank you and good evening, Dr. Pulver and the board. I am Tara Farajian, and I have two children that have been gifted to be in this very rich environment of education that Los Alamitos is recognized for and has been. And in making a point for ethnic studies, I will say as a mental health therapist that part of learning is when you are connected to the environment that you are going to learn within. And being heard and seen and know that you matter in your learning experience is including the stories of all. And for the courageous students and community members that have been willing to share their personal experiences, I think it's important to recognize that if we don't give space for stories, if we do not give space for voices to be heard, those pains and hurts of not being heard can be presented in painful ways. And this effort of making a change, of creating a narrative of the U.S. history that includes all that were and are a part of it, is to heal so many of the pains and hurts of cultures that have given so much to be here. Just as my family has done so much to be here, to be in this very rich and just privileged area where education is the best place to be. Our school district and our teachers and faculty.
Thank you, Tara. Okay, so Father Pullen and followed by Steve Miller.
Good evening to the honorable members of the board. I'm Pastor Sam Pullen. I have the privilege of serving at the Community Congregational United Church of Christ right here in Los Alamitos, one of the first churches that was established in this community. Next year, we'll be celebrating 125 years. And we are a very diverse congregation, and we strive each time that we gather to promote values of love and inclusion of all of our neighbors, including all their differences, and to really listen and respect our backgrounds. And I'm here at the request of parents and students from my congregation who felt threatened in this district, either within because of racism that they've experienced or because of the atmosphere that has come to the school board. We fully support the ethnic studies and the social justice standards that you are implementing into the district. I think it'll make a huge difference to support those students who are feeling that intimidation that you probably are experiencing as well. So stay strong, be courageous, listen to the courage and the hope of your students, and don't be swayed by those who use fear and bigotry in God's name to try and pursue other agendas. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Steve Miller, followed by Amy Lansbury.
Good evening, board. First of all, I want to say that calling people out that you don't know and using, and I'm talking about the speakers here because this is really like this, that first speaker calling out my friend and making her upset by lying and saying she's whatever, that's bullshit. That needs to end, that needs to stop. We cannot call out other people's names. It really, really upsets me. And she's that is not okay. And you guys know what I'm talking about. Like, that is not cool. Anyway, why I'm here. Mrs. Reed, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Kennedy, Danielle, everybody that's involved with this, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I have a third grade daughter. Her life, her peers, her friends, their life is going to be better. Dr. Pulver, thank you for the email last night. Thank you for taking the time to go through it and debunk these conspiracy theories, these misinformations. It's pretty simple to do, but thank you for taking that time. Board, public service is a thankless job, right? Well, we thank you for everything you guys are doing. Thank you for staying the course. Thank you for staying focused, not listening to the craziness, to the, as before said, to the bigotry and all that stuff. But everything that you guys do, we thank you. Like there's an entire community, there's 100 people outside that are appreciative to what you guys are doing, and we thank you. But what happened earlier tonight has to stop. That cannot happen again. That is not okay. Like, this is gonna hurt people, So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. So the next speaker is Amy Lansbury, followed by Leland J.
Good evening, and thank you for having me. This is actually on behalf of Dr. Malini Nagpal, who could not be here tonight. She grew up here, she went into the school district, and also her son went through the school district. As a student here from 1981 to 1987, here are a few experiences that I had as a child. Where are your feathers? Ignorance is not bliss, it ingrains pain. Teach compassion. You were so quiet, like a mouse. I did not choose to be quiet. I was silenced. It wasn't that I had nothing to say. It was that they were not able to listen to me. Teach to listen. Eating lunch alone, I am too dark, ugly, wired, exotic, different. Bleach your skin so you fit in. Teach to accept, not just tolerate. Your dance is not really dance. It's more ethnic. Teach to integrate, not assimilate. The layers of flavors, history, and entire culinary art are reduced to curry and dot. Don't reduce, rather expand. The school gave me a playbook on how to disappear and to become whitewashed. Teach how to see and be seen. Here's an example as a mother of a student in La Salle School District I had to deal with from 2002 to 2013. My kid being called Hey Abu, told Indians are not good at sports. Ask your mom, where do you come from? Mom, they keep asking me where I'm from. Where are we from? Who? I ask. That didn't make sense, sorry. Thinking that things must have changed since I graduated in 1987, I went to speak to the so-called adults in the school. The response I got was, it's semantics. He didn't mean that way. It's not racist, he just doesn't know. After shock and disbelief, here is what I came out of. Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Leland J., and I believe Mulaney was going to speak next, but she's not, just got spoken for. So Josh Spiller.
Thank you. Good evening, esteemed board members, Dr. Pulver, Mrs. Reed, Mrs. Williams. Salam Ramadan to our Muslim friends and neighbors who are fasting during the holy month of Ramadan. And to our Hindu friends, happy Hanuman Jayanti. May you always be successful in everything you do. My name is Leland J. I'm a PTA executive board member at Hopkinton Elementary. I've coached 9 soccer teams here locally. Region 159, actually played in the inaugural season of 159 back in 1977. I was ASB president of Los Alamitos High School, 1987. Of course, I'm speaking only on my own behalf, but I'm sharing all of this with you because I'm deeply rooted in this community. I love this community. Obviously, I've decided to raise my kids here, and I feel that the greatest strength of our district is our community. We may not always agree with each other, but when push comes to shove, we'll stick up for our friends, for our students, and we'll stick up for our school board. I'm actually grateful that we had that incident at McGaw a couple years ago, because although it opened up a lot of wounds, it opened up a discussion that has led us here today. As I said, I graduated in 1987. And after that incident, those of us who are local know what I'm referring to. I had friends, persons of color who I've known for many years, share stories with me about things that had happened to them decades ago while they were growing up in the district, and these stories brought tears to my eyes. Not only because these incidents were so hurtful, but it occurred to me that so often these kinds of racist incidents are never talked about, and victims are often silent. So I really want to commend all of the students and former students who stepped forward and spoke out last summer and are doing so here tonight. And I want to commend the school board for listening, because everyone knows that a person of color doesn't need a credible white person to step forward and speak out in order to validate their experience, but we can listen. This school board listened. Our school board listened.
Thank you. Thank you. Josh Spiller, followed by Kathy Iles. Josh Spiller. Sure. Kathy Iles, followed by Jenna Redding, or Reading.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Iles. I'm a parent of a LaSalle student, and I've requested, though, that Mr. Jones speak on my behalf. Keith Jones is also a resident of Seal Beach.
I'm employed in Seal Beach. I grew up in the area, though. If that is the approval of the council, because I know it's a little unorthodox. Is that okay? Did I speak in her stead?
You just can't yield the time, so you're still within the clock is ticking.
Okay. So real quick, I'd like to say that first and foremost, I completely understand some of the resistance that some folks have to the program. I get it. I get it. We're dealing with things that weren't on your radar before, and when things that we're not familiar with get put in front of us, it creates discomfort in a myriad of ways. That is a normal human reaction. And I think that there's a feeling that some people are concerned that if somehow the accomplishments of people who look like them are diminished, it may somehow diminish their role in our society currently, could affect their self-esteem, could affect how others look at them. And I get that. Let me tell you why I get that. As a former class president at Los Alamitos High School, student at Los Alamitos High School, parent of 2 students from Los Alamitos High School, this is what history was like for me in America. First page, gentleman by the name of Crispus Attucks, black man shot at the Boston Massacre. And then we turn the pages, no pictures of black anything, until we get to the chapter about Civil War. And then there's a couple of pictures of people that look like me. People treated like animals. And then no more pictures until we get to the civil rights. And then magically there's pictures of people who look like me, getting chewed by dogs, water hoses turned on them. Now, I know that we didn't disappear and pop up every 80 years. And I remember as a small child, maybe 11, asking my mother, Mom, where's this magic closet that we seem to shove all the black people into and then pull them out every 80 years? The fact is, we've always been here. We always have.
Thank you. Thank you. Jenna Redding, followed by Haley Alcantar. Alcantar, I'm sure.
Hi, I'm Jenna Redding. I'll be a junior next year at Los Alamitos High School. I'm here, like many others, to support the implementation of ethnic studies. A vital element of allowing for our educations to be diversified, I believe that it is extremely important for students to receive such an opportunity. These are the stories of our students. These are the stories of your community members. It's time we start recognizing the truth. I also think that it's extremely valuable that I'm able to stand up here today and voice my opinion, seeing as these are issues that directly affect students such as myself. It's also an amazing and simple way for the youth to begin getting involved in their communities and to learn how to utilize their voices. So thank you.
Thank you. So, Hallie Alcantar and Maling Vu, I'm probably mispronouncing that, and I'd love to be corrected. Thank you.
And if you want to try calling the person that we missed, just to give them another opportunity to be the third person on deck.
Josh Spiller.
Greetings, Dr. Pulver and the Los Alamitos Unified School Board. My name is Milan Vu, and I'm a senior I am a senior Asian American at Los Alamitos High School. I have 3 younger brothers, 2 at Weaver and 1 who is a freshman at LoSal, all who will benefit from the Ethnic Studies course. I'm an honor student and have taken a wide variety of AP classes throughout my high school career, and one being AP World History. During this class, we never focused on the effects of Asians during World War II, such as the Japanese encampments or during the Vietnam War, which is the origin of my upbringing. The Ethnic Studies class is an elective class that will help enlighten students on the reality of Asian and African and people of color history that is neglected in the history textbooks. Our country claims to be known for our diversity, and this course would help further the diversity in our community by educating those on alternate perspectives and the backgrounds of people of color. Even though the intent of those against this class claim they are trying to help our community, the greater impact of not having this class hurts future generations from understanding and learning about the ethnic leaders who have helped shape our country. The Ethnic Studies course would be a great addition to the depth of the complete background and history of our country, especially with the views and experiences of people of color. Thank you, Dr. Pulver and the board, for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Josh Spiller, Emily Hogenboom, and then Kim Labutin. Emily Hogenboom. Let me talk louder, I guess.
I haven't spoken in front of this many people in a long time. So, good evening, Madam President, esteemed members of the board, and Dr. Pulver. My name is Emily Hogenboom, and I'm the parent of twin 5th grade girls at Rossmore Elementary. I am fully in favor of the Ethnic Studies elective and the social justice standards for the teachers, and appreciate you allowing me to comment here. Almost 4 years ago, my family and I moved to Los Alamitos from Nairobi, Kenya, where we had lived for 3 years while my husband worked at the U.S. Embassy. My girls attended an international school through the 1st grade, learning about a completely different culture and people. Living in a foreign country and going to school with kids from all over the world enriched their lives and taught them to appreciate diversity. Returning to the U.S. with its divisiveness was tough. We only had a rough idea where we might live when I started calling schools. In the end, we chose Los Al for its smallish classes and more inclusive environment. My husband and I have always encouraged our girls to be culturally sensitive to others around them in their community. Today, more than ever, we need to understand and respect ethnicity and culture, specifically of people of color. We're all Americans, but we have differences that should be celebrated and shared. In the end, our lives will benefit. I'm proud that the district is standing up to address the racism and hate that is surrounding us. This Ethnic Studies elective is one way to teach awareness and encourage students to respect each other. I can't wait until my girls are in high school. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So did I miss somebody? After Kim Labutin, we have Edwin Giovanni and Joel Block.
Hi, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm Kim Labutin, and I've lived in Rossmore for over 20 years. My favorite role has been the parent of a 2008 and a 2010 LaSalle grad, and they're both now pursuing their STEM careers. I support 11A and 11B. The topic I want to address is, and it comes from 2 weeks ago when a comment was made about frivolous social science courses and there should be more math and science. So my topic is how frivolous social science courses led me to a successful career in STEM. My title, how I make my money is I'm a data scientist. In 2012, Harvard Business Review called that the sexiest career out there. Earlier this year, it's apparently lost some of its sexiness. I'm also a member of the American Statistical Association. It's the 2nd oldest US professional organization and even a few years older than the AMA. My message is that rigorous STEM courses and degrees are only as interesting as the complex issues they try to solve. Social science courses and humanities help with the communication of these complex questions. Ethnic Studies is an interdisciplinary course that spans humanities and social sciences. Understanding the many social science disciplines that encompass this elective course will make students better at communicators of complex issues and might even make them better at math and science. This was found from Stanford University, a 2016 study done with San Francisco Unified. You can find it by Googling Stanford study suggests academic benefits to ethnic studies. I'm reading you the 8th paragraph, and I'll read fast. The study also found significant effects on GPA specific to math and science. Grade point grew in English language arts as well, but less so. Sample size of white and black populations specifically were too small to reliably estimate separate effects. Thank you, and thank you for letting me speak. And I want to thank all the students for speaking.
Thank you. Thank you. Edwin Giovanni, Joel Block, and then Jax Ferdman. Edwin Giovanni. Okay, we'll go to the next speaker and hold your card. Joel Block. And Jax Ferdman.
Good evening. My name is Jax Thurman. I'm a sophomore at Los Alamitos High School and a proud daughter of a strong lesbian mother. I believe in having ethnic studies, for I walk between the lines, famished for equality and respect. I walk in silence, but silence is now not helping. I can't be on the sidelines anymore. I have to play this game. For I have seen a corrupted world, yet seen acceptance in tiny samples. I've witnessed vile hatred inflicted upon others, yet amidst all of this, there is beauty. This beauty is called awareness, love, and acceptance. I feel fear in what the causes will affect, but there is hope, a fighting spirit in each of us that makes us want a better future, a future for our future generations that are proud to be living in, and to judge others not how they look, but as their own true selves. We waited too long for change. The problems that arise are a continuous cycle. We need to break it apart. We now have a chance to change these matters using our own beautiful hands with a choice, an elective, and an opportunity. We may be optimistic and question what will be impacted, but these are only hypotheses. We should give this a chance to observe what happens. Then that is the time to then decide whether or not to continue this elective. Our forefathers said that all men and women are created equal. We have yet to fulfill this commitment. We made a promise that there will be a better world for the future and all future generations. So let's start now. It begins with an elective, then a choice, then an individual, which is you and me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Debbie Ferdman, followed by Neil Gonzalez and Jackie Bond.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Debbie Ferdman, and I'm the proud parent of 2 Los Alamitos High School students. The last 2 meetings, I was appalled at the behavior of adults laughing at and booing students who so eloquently spoke in favor of the ethnic and cultural studies elective. I was compelled to speak tonight. What I've heard and seen during the last 2 school board meetings is nothing short of intolerance and, quite frankly, ignorance. I've watched the issues of an elective of cultural studies turn into a religious and political forum, illustrating the antithesis of what tolerance and acceptance is about. I'm here tonight as a Jewish white lesbian. Hate, intolerance, discrimination, these concepts are not something a person is born with. They're concepts that are taught in the home and perpetuated by social media. No one here is better than anyone else. Every person has the right to their opinion, whether you agree or not, without being harassed, intimidated, threatened, or bullied. School is supposed to be a safe place for everyone, and in this climate, it simply is not. The ethnic and cultural elective is not telling one how to identify or that anyone's better than someone else. The purpose of the elective is to teach others who choose to take the course about the struggles, hurdles, and accomplishments and victories of all people. The issues, as Hunter Dunn stated at the last meeting, is that our campus of Los Alamitos Unified School District, students of color, students of different religions, students with disabilities, students from other countries with a wide variety of ethnic backgrounds, and students who are part of the LGBT community are being treated differently, discriminated against, bullied, and treated as if they're less than anyone else. The Los Al slogan is "We're better together." Let's prove that slogan to be true. We are all part of the same race, the human race. Let's treat everyone in the manner and welcome the opportunity to learn about those that may have had different struggles than us. As John Lennon said, imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger, a brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Neil Gonzalez, followed by Jackie Bond, then Haley Dunn.
First and foremost, I would like to thank the board members for your patience tonight and the rest of the night. I am Neo Gonzalez, a senior at the high school, and I have my personal experiences to share. As every student took our history classes, I couldn't help but notice my Latinx identity was missing. The one class I was hoping to see some representation is World History. And as Milyn View had mentioned before, she had taken AP World History and said that she herself did not see any representation, but I am here for my experiences with regular World History. Unfortunately, I did not. Though this class was based on global history, only major European and American events were covered most of the year. As I was in regular classes, I saw my classmates learn more diverse history in AP, but not enough, as Milyn was saying, and I couldn't help but notice more minorities in regular classes. Why is that? I cannot tell you. Our students of color, including myself, are not included as an inclusive, safe, and healthy, secure, and substance-free environment as the district claims to be. Luckily, I had Miss Avinia, our future ethnic studies teacher, taught a brief Latin history lesson in my Spanish Speakers 2 class. This is the only time I saw my identity in the classroom, and I did not realize what I was missing out until that moment. I was not taught my own people's history, struggles, achievements, leadership, and more. My white classmates saw themselves in positions of power throughout history every day in our history classes, but everyone else is left unseen and ignored. We deserve to be included in our classrooms and not just shoved aside. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you. So our next speaker is Jackie Bond, followed by Haley Dunn, and then Elizabeth Wu.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jackie Bond. I'm a senior at Los Al, and this is my third time speaking. And to be honest, I was very scared coming here tonight. Last meeting, I walked out afraid, in tears, after being harassed, being touched unwantedly. It was not a fun experience, and that's not what a school district is about. And I don't think this is what the school district is about. We are a district of inclusion, and I genuinely believe that if people are willing to come in here and harass students and heckle anyone who they find different than themselves, they are not people that we should ever listen to. They are the people that we need to teach to learn. They are the people who we need to continue to alleviate their ignorance, because there is a lot of ignorance out there, and this class can start to alleviate it. I really hope that we can start acknowledging our differences and realize that no fear-mongering, no lies, no secrets should come between humanity and our strive for equality, our district and our strive for equality. We are all one people, and we should acknowledge our differences, embrace them, and be able to learn from them, grow from them, and accept them in ourselves and in each other. And unfortunately, we've had a history where that's not been possible for many people. and we need to start working to make it possible. Thank you, and I really appreciate all of your kindness, and I do believe that you will make the right choice. I hope that you don't let the fear get to you either. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Haley Dunn, followed by Elizabeth Wu, then Lucy McHenry.
Hi, my name is Haley Dunn. I'm a freshman at Los Alamitos High School, and I'm a part of the show choir and drama programs. I've gone to Los Al schools my entire life. I was a Hopkinton Husky, McAuliffe Eagle, and I'm now a Griffin. I'm here to express my support for this elective and for the social justice standards. As much as I love our school, we have many flaws. We are very similar to our country. We have great ideals, but we often fall short of what they stand for. We strive to be a tolerant and welcoming community, but there are many uneducated people who choose to be neither of these things. I do not want my friends to have to come to school worried about what ignorant comment someone will make to them that day. I'm not a part of a minority, and I will never compare to their experience, but I'm a woman, and I have been subject to sexist statements. If I, a white Christian female, experience these things, I cannot even imagine the pain that my friends and classmates who are people of color, LGBTQ+, and more go through on a day-to-day basis. It makes me sick to my stomach that we can be ignorant and hateful to someone because of how they identify, their race, sexual orientation, or class. If we want to be the Los Al who is better together, one of our district mottos, we need this course, and we need our teachers to be educated in the social justice standards. This course will help people of color feel seen and heard in our community. It focuses on tolerance and inclusivity, two things of which would greatly improve our campus environment. Did you know that our world history class only covers Europe? Not only do people of color get verbally attacked every day, they also do not have the chance to learn about their history or culture. This class will provide much needed representation of the minorities in our district and will better the lives of the students who choose to enroll. I'm going to read a quote that influenced me and the reason that I came to speak today. It is not our differences that divide us. It is our inability to recognize, accept, and celebrate those differences. Audre Lorde. The source of our problems at Los Al is from our ignorance and inability to celebrate our differences. If we choose to acknowledge and embrace the differences that make us special, we really can be better together. Thank you.
Thank you. that was great. Elizabeth Wu, Lucy McHenry, and then Bianca McCain. McChain.
大家好. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am a proud Los Alamitos High School senior. I am also an ABC, or American-born Chinese. However, throughout my life, I have learned that I am neither American nor Chinese. If I went to Fujian, where my grandparents were born, or to Taiwan, where my dad was born, I would not be Chinese enough because I am an American-born citizen. However, in the United States, I am not considered truly American either. The struggle of not being considered enough for either country has left many Asian Americans feeling betrayed and stuck. In America, we are told to go back to where we came from, that we should stop speaking our ugly languages, or that we are barbarians who eat cats, dogs, bats, and every other living creature you can think of. This hatred has skyrocketed during the pandemic, with the organization Stop AAPI Hate reporting 4,000 incidents throughout 12 months. Asian Americans have lived here since the 1500s. While our history is rich and complex, our history is ignored. The Atlanta shooting was a catalyst that has finally made other people see the stereotypes and prejudices that we have been battling for hundreds of years. Many people here arguing against ethnic studies have obviously never felt the isolation, shame, or embarrassment that comes with being an ethnic minority in the United States. They have always had the privilege of being considered a real American, despite how their ancestors were also immigrants. They are not attacked or murdered because of their appearance or what language they speak. They do not recognize that white privilege exists because they are the ones who benefit from it the most. I support the school board's recent vote for ethnic studies because it fosters an atmosphere of inclusivity. It teaches our students that our district prioritizes compassion and diversity, and that there is no single way to be American. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you. Lucy McHenry, Bianca McCain, and Elena Vasquez.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lucy McHenry, and I'm a senior at Los Alamitos High School. I'm speaking today in hopes of making this district become a more inclusive and better educated community for those who come after me. I've grown up in this community as an Asian American, and throughout my time in Los Alamitos, I've dealt with a wide array of blatant and subtle racism, most recently people implying that I did not get into UCLA on my own, but it was through affirmative action. All my life, I've witnessed parents, teachers justify children's racism because they were just kids who didn't know any better. And instead of educating these children about the impact of their actions, they teach them that subtle racism is inexcusable. Being a young child hearing this made me hate who I was as an Asian American. How is it acceptable that people of color must continue enduring the torments of racism while the perpetrators are basking within their own blissful ignorance? This optional ethnic studies class will provide an easily accessible avenue for students to educate themselves and their community. This is our opportunity to move past the historically whitewashed curriculum that's been taught in our schools. And most importantly, this class opens up a safe and welcoming environment for students to have complex and uncomfortable conversations. These difficult conversations are what will incite change. These conversations are what we need to break the cycle, and these conversations are the first step in changing our community for the better. I don't want to see another generation of young students of color spend years of their life hating themselves like I did. They deserve to be seen, heard, and celebrated. I urge you not to let those who are intolerant of necessary change hinder students from getting the education that they deserve. And to those who oppose this class, I understand that this may be uncomfortable, but I don't care. The discomfort you're feeling is just a fraction of what people of color experience every day, so I suggest that they become used to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Bianca McChain, then Elena Vasquez, followed by Kelsey Rose.
Hi, I'm Bianca McChain, and I'm an Afro-Latinx student who has been attending Los Al for 6 years. I'm a sophomore, and I've been through several experiences of racism throughout my career at Los Alamitos. Many of this racist antics have been swept under the rug by staff members who excuse the racism because the kids just didn't know what they were saying. These people have been excusing this racism for years, and this is finally a step in the right direction. It is being opposed by people who are ignorant and refuse to acknowledge their pedestal of privilege that they sit on. The disrespect to kids of color who are being told that learning their curriculum is controversial. I have gone my whole life learning white curriculum, white history about forgot about the 1 week in Black History Month where we learn about one Black person who did something good for us. This is a terrible thing that kids have to experience, and the fact that people are excusing it, saying, oh, kids are too young to learn about racism. I'm too young to experience racism. I should not have to sit up here and argue with a bunch of adults who should know what they're doing and know what they're talking about. Again, year after year, I'm sick of the disrespect, and I'm sick of this district pretending that they're perfect when they're not. Take care of your students, and that's why you need the mental health help too, because these students are experiencing racism and it makes them want to kill themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Elena Vasquez, Kelsey Roast, and Kristen Cadez.
Honorable board members of the Los Alamitos Unified School District. My name is Alana Vasquez, and I'm currently a freshman at Los Alamitos High School. I'm here in support of the resolution to adopt ethnic studies course as an elective. I would like to add my voice to the many others in support of the course. I feel as though it is important to educate students on their own history and from the lens of someone like them, but equally important to learn the history of other ethnic groups whose perspective is also not part of dominant culture and media. This promotes a better understanding of those around us to uncover our similarities and comprehend our differences. Ethnic studies would benefit all students, but more specifically students of color. It would help students develop consciousness about themselves, the world, and understand how to take productive action. I am lucky enough to have connected with some of my history through books and family, but not all have this opportunity to do so. Having the bare minimum, such as an ethnic studies course, to grant a safe and inclusive space for all students to flourish with representation and proper credit for those who have contributed to American history and beyond. In the conventional history curriculum, the impact of people of color on modern society is not elaborated on. The history we learn is through the European perspective, not ours. It is time that Los Alamitos District allow for diverse perspectives and diverse thinking. The inequality that students of color face should be known and changed. As a first-generation student born to Filipino and Mexican parents, I have faced many discriminatory situations by my so-called peers. My experiences are not isolated. Many of my other classmates have faced similar or worse discrimination. It is time for change. America is known to be the cultural melting pot of the world, yet in our curriculum, we are only taught from one perspective. It is time to highlight the vibrancy and value of cultural diversity. It is time privilege is brought to the light and used for the better. Do you stand with us?
Thank you. Thank you. Kelsey Roast, Kristen Cadez, April Ternella.
Hello, I'm Kelsey Rost. I'm a sophomore at Los Al High School. I'll be honest, I'm kind of nervous. I'm not the best public speaker, but I understand the importance that this class stands for me, my peers, my friends. I hold space on this podium today, knowing that I've had white privilege my entire public education from kindergarten to this very moment. The scholars in my history, science, math textbooks have always been white men. The brave women who conquered gender roles for the times, like Amelia Earhart, Joan of Arc, Virginia Woolf, have always looked like me. It wasn't until I came out as queer, until I finally began to look at seemingly simple things I overlooked in my blinded privilege. It wasn't until I began to ask questions, like where are my role models who look and act like me, that I saw many students alike had to ask themselves these same questions their entire lives. I never before had to ask myself questions in my placement in my history. Even though my sexual and gender identity play very large parts in my surrounding cultures and communities, all is in consideration, I can still walk down my street and am not outwardly perceived. I come here today not only with privilege found in my ability to conceal my identification, but with a knowledge and understanding of my white privilege. I can walk down my campus halls without being outwardly perceived as gay or queer. My Black, Latinx, Asian, Indigenous, Mexican, Jewish, Muslim peers cannot say the same. And that outweighs any of my anxiety that I have today. The only honest truth is I will never fully understand the weight in which comes from the lack of proper expression of your own culture and ethnicity, which is why I further encourage you to support this class in the learning of diverse American experiences. I ask those of you today, please do not misinterpret the true purpose of this class. It's to strive for education, love, acceptance, and community that so many students have not been able to receive otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Cadez, April Ternilla, and then Mona Taylor.
Hello, my name is Kristen. I'm a Filipino American and a senior at Los Alamitos High School. I grew up in this district. I went to Rossmore Elementary School, a predominantly white institution, and grew up hearing ignorant remarks from my own elementary school peers, like, "You're an illegal," and "Filipinos are dark ghetto Asians." And to be honest, I listened to them, or rather the parents and relatives who told these children these things. Starting from 3rd grade, I started hating my dark skin, Filipino culture, and who I was. As a child just wanting to fit in, what was I supposed to do? Both my peers and I didn't know pretty much anything about my culture at that young age. We didn't have an ethnic studies course to source our information from. We did, however, have European-focused textbooks and whatever our parents told us, right? So instead of embracing my ethnicity, I normalized the culminating microaggressions and internalized a hate for my own culture up until high school. I know many people of color share similar stories. We endure feelings of isolation and displacement when we hear, "Go back to your country," when we open our white-dominated history books, when we simply see no representation. I'm pushing for this elective because I don't want future kids to grow up like me. People of color deserve to recognize their place in history. Future generations deserve to feel embraced by a community that promotes inclusion, tolerance, and unity. Thank you.
Thank you. April Ternella, followed by Mona Taylor, and then Elena Hofka.
Hi everyone, my name is April Ternilla, and I'm a senior at Los Al High School. Tonight, I'm here to support the POC community at Los Al and to explain why this ethnic studies course is so important. I'm half Hispanic and Jewish, but I'm also white. And this means that I don't know what it's like to be discriminated against because of the color of my skin, like so many of my peers. But I do know that no student deserves to be marginalized because of their race. No student deserves to be ridiculed for expressing their culture. No student deserves to face religious intolerance. And no student deserves to open up a history textbook and not see themselves being represented. But this ethnic studies course is an opportunity to give students the representation that they deserve, to create an inclusive, safe, and tolerant school environment that recognizes and celebrates different cultures. Opposing ethnic studies is like pointing at one student and telling them that their ethnic background matters, and pointing to another student and telling them that theirs just doesn't. Ethnic studies is not at all an attack on white people. It's an attack on white supremacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Mona Taylor, Rona Hafka, and then Kyla Farrell.
I am Mona Taylor, a 9th grader at LaSalle. We need progress. As a student, I have never felt that I wasn't represented or educated enough on white culture. This is white privilege. The same white privilege that permeates our sacred institutions like our justice system and our educational system. The district is changing with the times. It will no longer let its own students be alienated and unwelcomed. They're trying to make our educational experience here in LaSalle Unified more inclusive. The misinformation and opposition towards this class has shown us that being silent is no longer an option. We have to use our voices to promote inclusiveness, tolerance, and equal representation. I have friends who have been surrounded at school and called racial slurs, attacked on social media for sharing what they believe in, and friends of color who have been followed home by bigots trying to get a reaction. I had a boy in my class look at me and say, "Why do we let gay people go to this school? That's gross. They shouldn't be here." No matter how racism, homophobia, or xenophobia is shown, be it explicitly or through backhanded comments and implications, the message is clear. Students are invalid because of who they love, and my fellow classmates don't deserve to be here because of their skin tone. These prejudices have long been driven into the lives of some of our Griffins. An ethnic studies class doesn't make me feel oppressed or erased. It makes me feel connected to my classmates, my teachers, and my neighbors. These courses don't seek to silence anyone. They amplify the voices that need to be heard. So I'm speaking to all who oppose the ethnic studies class when I ask, what are you afraid of? By opposing this non-mandatory class, what are you hoping to achieve? Do you genuinely feel threatened by these ideas? The future is now. Education is changing, and kids are changing with it. If you're not ready for that change, then stay mad. Because when we move forward, we will not wait for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Elena Hofka, Kyla Farrell, and Hunter Dunn, please.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Eleanor Hafoka, and I am speaking on behalf of the Asian American Pacific Islander Club at LaSalle High. Myself and other club members are here tonight and on the stream in support of the Ethnic Studies elective that was recently approved by the board. As a group, we feel that the class will benefit students of all backgrounds by teaching us about different cultures and educating more people on ways to combat discrimination. This class will be able to bring awareness to some of the issues people like me have been facing. We also love the idea of teaching history from people of color's views. In today's time, students have only been learning history from the colonizer's perspective. As a person of color and a student here at LaSalle High, I would greatly appreciate to learn about other races and ethnicities' perspectives. This will not only educate our students better, but it will help expand our students' knowledge on different ethnicities. I personally think it will help students to become more culturally sensitive and aware. I also think that the point of this class is not to be anti-white nor anti-Christian in any way. It is solely to show representation from different communities and show appreciation for different religions. This does not mean that the class is bashing your race or your religion. It just means you or your student will be taught different points of views. In my opinion, this will help them as they grow up and meet different people. It will leave them with an open mind. Overall, an ethnic studies class for the school years to come will bring us together as a whole. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Kyla Farrell, Hunter Dunn, Amber Steves.
Good evening.
My name is Kyla Farrell, and I'm an 8th grade student at Oak Middle School. I'm here today to urge you to apply the social justice standards district-wide. These standards would not only help to educate some of my peers, but they would also make our district a safer place to learn. Teachers need tools like these to make our district an effective learning environment. With the implementation of the social justice standards, my peers would have known more about my religion. In my 6th grade social studies class, I shared my religious beliefs as a Jewish person while we were studying ancient cultures. When I was talking about how part of my religion is that I don't believe that Jesus was the Messiah, a classmate told me I was wrong for believing that. These standards would have given my teachers tools to enable a discussion about religious differences and not have to rely on my ability as an 11-year-old to explain an entire religion. I've been doing things like this since kindergarten. The social justice standards would give all teachers the tools they need to help create a more open and accepting culture in the Los Alamitos Unified School District. I urge you to recognize that these standards are needed in our district. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hunter Dunn, followed by Amber Steves and Claire Kirkjian.
Hello, my name is Hunter Dunn. I'm a senior at the high school. I was born and raised here. I just want to say that this debate is kind of ludicrous. This is political theater put on by a hate group, Mass Resistance, and sponsored by a charter school. None of these people represent our community values. Very few of them are even from our community to begin with. You'll be hearing from them later on. Listen closely to the opposition. They're not criticizing or even talking about the actual standards. Their talking points are nowhere to be found in the actual text. It's conspiratorial and it's fear-mongering. We live in a free country. I believe that even if I disapprove of what you say, I will still defend your right to say it. Still, please don't insult or catcall students that you disagree with. They are minors, that's vulgar, and it's harassment. At the rally, a main speaker said that the board members were, and I quote, fair game. He told the audience to harass them at their houses, businesses, and places of worship. The audience then applauded. Threatening a public official in California is a felony. It's immoral, and unlike diversity education, criminal activity will destroy family values. It's this sort of behavior that shows how much we need tolerance education. Unfortunately, some of the adults in this room didn't get a chance to learn. At least give current students a chance. The social justice standards are merely meant to teach students to be more tolerant and cognizant of bias because our school district recognizes that in today's diverse classrooms, students need knowledge and skills related to both prejudice reduction and collective action. If I was a parent, I would be concerned that these standards don't go far enough, not that they are too much. We need tolerance education so we can create well-adjusted, empathetic adults. They're rare enough as it is. This opposition comes from corruption, from bad faith politics. The demand for the ethnic studies course and the social justice standards comes from student voices. Students who have experienced racism, misogyny, homophobia, and transphobia. Students who are allies. Students who want to build a better world without hatred or bigotry. We are the students who asked for this. They're trying to take it away from us, and we won't let them. Thank you.
Thank you, Hunter. Amber Steves, Claire Kirkjian, and Teresa Bundy. I need help with that one.
I just wanted to say thank you for listening. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. And I appreciate all of the responses to our email campaign in support of the social justice standards. In reading the resource document, Social Justice Standards, I feel like the anchor standards and domain clearly promote a tolerant society, encourages people to talk about their faith, their culture, their religion. Some of the outcomes and scenarios are actually empowering and inclusive to all races, all religions, and all people. I encourage anybody who's not reviewed the standards to take a look and look at the information. It's great information. Some of the things that spoke out to me are listed in level 6-8 under identity. I know and like who I am and can comfortably talk about my family and myself and describe our various group identities. I know about my family history and culture and how I'm connected to the collective history and culture of other people in my identity groups. I know that overlapping identities combine to make me who I am, and that none of my group identities on their own fully defines me or any other person. Again, empowering to every student and every teacher who would have this as a resource. Again, I just want to thank you for your time, and I applaud the students who are speaking today. They're much more articulate than I am. Like in listening to that, I was like, I really need to put some more effort into my writing, but they are fantastic. I applaud the students who have spoke here today, and I thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Claire, then Teresa Bundy, and Derek Horton. And Claire, we welcome you here because it is because of you that we're all wearing purple tonight. So we'd like to give you a big round of applause.
Good evening. My name is Claire Kirchin. I attended the last Board of Education meeting to share information about the month of the military child and asked members to please wear purple at this meeting in honor of mil kids in the LaSalle district. I'm so happy to see so many people dressed in purple tonight. I look forward to helping organize a district-wide celebration next April and seeing purple on all our campuses. Well, I was so proud to speak at the last meeting and hear so much clapping and cheering when I finished. I was very sad to hear the bullying and heckling directed at students who spoke in support of ethnic studies and the social justice standards. It took just as much courage and conviction to stand up in a public meeting to speak, and yet adults who disagreed with the comments booed them. They yelled mean things and mocked them. If students would never do that during a classroom discussion, then adults should not do it during a public meeting. Please try harder. Thank you for your time and all of your purple. Have a good night.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you, Claire. And you inspire us. And thank you for reminding us to honor the people that keep us safe and protect us. So we thank your father, but we also thank the families of military because you all make sacrifices for us, and we're very grateful. Thank you. Okay, Teresa Bundy, please fix your name for me. Derek Horton, and this one is, the ink is kind of hard to see. Artemis Roby. Okay.
I'm Teresa Beatty, and thank you so much for all that you're all doing. And I am here as a concerned grandmother with grandchildren in the school district. I'm concerned about the aspects of the critical race theory that have been considered for what's going forward. And I just want to remind all of you of the original purpose of getting an education. In the 1840s, educational reformers pushed for the goal of establishing a free public education system that was open to children of all genders and social classes. The purpose of public education was to train students to become skilled workers while teaching them the traditional core academic disciplines. Supporters of universal public education believed it would create better citizens and a culturally uniform American society. According to the National School Boards Association, public education exists to serve the following purposes: prepare students for college and the workforce, including preparing them for jobs that may not even exist yet due to rapidly changing technology. Help children fulfill their diverse potentials. Enable students to become well-rounded individuals, focusing on the whole child and not just mastery of academic content. And prepare students to live a productive life and become good students while obeying the social and legal rules of society. Facts show that despite the United States having the second best education system globally, it consistently scores lower than many other countries in benchmarks such as math and science. According to the Business Insider report in 2018, the United States was ranked 38th in math scores and 24th in science. The United States education rankings have been falling by international standards over the past 3 decades. These are the countries that are currently ahead of the US: China, Hong Kong, Finland, Singapore, South Korea,
Thank you.
Japan.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Derek Horton, Aramis Ropi, and then Celio Trembula. Sorry, Tarambula.
Hello, and thank you for having this. As I stand here, I'm just grateful that there is something that is actually being done. My parents lived in Arkansas in Jim Crow era, where my mom didn't get the chance to go to school full year round. They had to chop and pick cotton and made $15 a month for 7 children. They didn't get the opportunity to go to school full year because they had to tend to the fields, while their counterparts or their white counterparts got to enjoy the benefit of going to school all year round, getting their education, where as opposed to my parents, they had to make do. My children have the opportunity to correct some of the things that were wrong, which is get the benefit of seeing their culture in a book. They get the benefit of learning not just from us, but from school, where education is supposed to be gathered. Don't let fear or don't let misinformation take the opportunity away from my children being able to make a choice. That's it. It's right or wrong. We help build the country, we contribute to the country, but we're not represented well enough in history books for the country. This initiative, this plan is just a step in what you.
Thank you. Thank you. Aramis Roby, I know I'm going to need that one fixed. Followed by Celio Trimbula and Deborah Jones. So here comes one. Okay. Yep, go ahead. Just
cool. My name is Cielo Tarambolo, and I'm an Asian Mexican American, and I'm also a senior at Los Alamitos. You probably remember me from my food account, but today I'm here to talk about ethnic studies. As a senior here, I've seen for the past 4 years Los Al and everything it has to offer, and I'm very content to say that everyone here listens and acknowledges the students, and that means a lot to us. When it comes to social justice, society either repeats its mistakes or it evolves. And if we're giving the opportunity to progress and grow, why wouldn't we take it? Remaining stagnant not only reinforces inherently disadvantageous systemic institutions, it would also highlight a prejudice in Los Al culture. Everyone comes from a different culture and belief, and those who have had their cultures taken away or have been discriminated against because of their identities deserve to have their stories taught. And by doing so, we allow for sympathy, understanding, and growth. By having ethnic studies, we're able to celebrate a portion of our student body that is severely overlooked at times. I would like to show my appreciation for the school board because I know how hard you guys work in making Los Al an amazing place. I would also like to thank Prof. Avinia and Mr. Kennedy for being the best teachers and being so influential in the way they teach. I think ethnic studies is a beautiful program that you guys are all advocating for, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Deborah Jones, David Rist, Rick Walzer. Is David Rist here? Okay.
Again, thank you, board. I got a chance to speak to all of you. I'm a little disappointed in what happened tonight with the miscommunication. It still seems to be happening. I don't understand why we couldn't have done this weeks ago to inform with the email. It was very disappointing, actually. I believe you guys are going to vote for the social justice standards. I oppose tolerance.org. I don't think they have anything to help my son. So I just wanted to give him a chance to speak tonight. I hope I could get to it all.
And I'd like to make an announcement. Kids should have a chance to earn things back and not just sit and be lonely. And COVID-19 was changing everything. You can't see your friends. You can't hug. You can't high five. COVID-19 is changing everything. It's ruining everything. It's killing some people, and we should fight back. And the Americans, we should all live in peace, and kids should try to learn to just be calm, and they should try to earn their things back. And out there's danger out there. Coronavirus, bad guys, and so many things bad out. You have to wear masks, can't see your friends. We need to stick up to the coronavirus and beat it. We have to fight back. You have to be healthy. You have to get tried blood. You have to get shot. We need to fight back. Okay.
If you think tolerance.org is going to help him in any way, shape, or form, I think you're all mistaken. And I think that is a Honda that you're trying to sell something else, because tolerance.org put it together. We could do better. And I just hope that we look into that, despite my feelings that you're going to vote 5-0.
Thank you. Rick Walzer, Laura Tanner, Michaela Martin.
I haven't started yet. Can't breathe. My name is Rick Walser, and I am a concerned citizen, not a member of a special interest group who cannot sit by and watch this shameful, deceitful, misleading, and false narrative of the Los Alamitos School Board. Do those words sound familiar? I am here to request that the board does not adopt the K-12 social justice standards by Southern Poverty Law Center. I want to make it absolutely clear that I'm not speaking out against the elective ethnic studies course at the high school. I believe there is a misunderstanding that parents are against an elective ethnic studies course, and that is not the case. On the cover of the K-12 social justice standards is the website teachingtolerance.org. I found the site very one-sided and really pushing the narrative of our country being overrun with racism. An article from the professional development page for teacher training, a flaw in foundation. If we're serious about dismantling white supremacy in schools, teacher preparation programs are an obvious place to start. Teacher education programs should weave the thread of race throughout the entire program. Educators need support in teacher preparation programs so they can push back against white supremacy in K-12 schools. A racial justice lens, such as the one taught in critical race theory, would equip pre-service educators to recognize and interrupt racist curricula and practices and to explore critical consciousness. Now, what does it say on Danella Nava's, the district's paid anti-racist consultant website? I quote, Nava Consulting's approach uses a racial equity lens and framework in all services offered. Racial justice lens, racial equity lens, same thing. So please stop lying to your constituents by saying.
Thank you. Thank you. Laura Tanner.
Good evening.
looking at the wrong thing here. I am a parent, good evening board and Dr. Pulver. I am a parent in the Los Alamitos School District. Despite the untruths being perpetuated by social media posting, newspaper articles, and even your letter last night, I'm not part of an organized outside group coming in to attack the board in the district. In fact, I've been at every board meeting since February 22nd and have strived to be clear, concise, and civil. I have not witnessed any threats being made against anyone, except when a student shouted some disparaging remarks at the people in the overflow room the last time I was here. I am simply a parent in the district just questioning why you feel it is necessary to pass non-mandated social justice standards into an atmosphere already fraught with tension. You may argue these standards bring peace, but I strongly disagree. A quick read through the entire site, the standards is on race, seems to be focused on race, gender, and sexual preferences, which I don't think is what the school district needs to be focused on. To be absolutely clear, that I and most of the other parents who spoke in the last board meeting are not speaking out against the elective ethnic studies. I think it's an amazing thing. It's an elective, for goodness sake, and I believe in freedom of choice. So parents, teachers, administrators, and most of all, the very passionate students I heard tonight, please listen. This is not about the elective ethnic studies course. In fact, I encourage you to take it. Tonight, like the previous board meeting, many of us are addressing the agenda items on the K-12 social justice standards. I received a flyer on the door about 3 weeks ago about a town hall and to discuss CRT. Since CRT is all over the news, I decided to attend. I found there was a diverse group of speakers with a common thread: do your homework on the standards. So I took up the challenge. I did research on the SPLC and realized immediately they are a left-leaning organization that seems to designate any Judeo-Christian organization.
Thank you. Thank you. Michaela Martin, Kyle Martin, and then Rebecca Romo.
All right. Good evening. I'm Michaela Martin, and I have big shoes to fill from people who are much younger than me, but I'm going to do my best. I am a Los Alamitos School District alumni. I grew up in and live in Los Alamitos. My future children will be students in this district. Growing up, I was ignorant to the struggles faced by minorities in our country and in our schools. As I grew older and was exposed to more diverse communities, I began to learn what I was blind to. Our neighbors and fellow human beings are hurting. Students in this district, children, are hurting. People of color are asking us to become aware of this pain. It is our job to listen, and we need to stop discrediting their experiences. If Los Alamitos had this curriculum when I was in school, I could have been educated on this issue much sooner. It is painful to hear about people experiencing racism. It is not easy to unlearn stereotypes, but it is much, much easier than being a victim of racism. I think we can all agree that no child should experience that. This curriculum could help prevent Los Alamitos students from experiencing that pain. How could anyone be against that? The people who are comfortable speaking out against this anti-racist curriculum have all served as an example of why we need it. And for the students to come after being harassed at the last meeting, you guys are braver than those people will ever be. We hear you, we see you, and we have your back.
Thank you. Kyle Martin.
Madam President, I just want to check in with all of you. I did say we'd check in about an hour and a half. It would have been at 9:40. It's 9:42. Do any of you need a short restroom break? Okay.
Thank you. Kyle Martin, Rebecca Romo, and Dr. Bill Honigman.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Kyle. I am in support of the Ethnic Studies course and Social Justice Standards. Options are something we can all appreciate. Choices matter, especially in the area of education. I'm not told what to study in college. I get to pick that for myself. So when it comes to the students of the Los Alamitos School District having the choice to learn about the history of this country and how it has perpetuated unfair treatment of people of color, many parents want to deny them that option. Ethnic studies We'll examine the idea that white supremacy exists. This is not stating that being white is actively making you a white supremacist, but just acknowledging that there are people who have it better out there because of the color of their skin. The truth can be ugly, but it needs to be discussed in order to create an environment that can begin to close the gap in social, economic, and political equity. The curriculum proposed is optional, and should you choose to take it, I encourage you to take it. And if you do not wish to take it, or your parents do not wish you to take it, that is your choice. It seems the worry may be that there are some parents concerned their children may look at them different after taking the course.
Thank you. Thank you. Rebecca Romo, Dr. Bill Honigman, Dave Habewicker. It could be Dane. My eyes are going.
Good evening, and thank you, board members, Dr. Pulver, all the students, all the teachers, all the families that have come today. I have been truly heartwarmed to see all of the support for our students and for our staff in the development of this ethnic studies program. And I'm here to speak to you from my many hats that I wear, but from three in particular. One of them as a clinical psychologist in this community. The other is the mother of two precious and amazing, smart daughters who want the truth in their education, who are here as inter-district transfers. So thank you for allowing us to come and be a part of this community. And also as a former high school student whose life was changed through the actions of two very, very brave teachers, a husband and wife team who taught me in honors English and in AP English my junior and senior year. I'll start with that hat first. Because of COVID-19, we were all in quarantine and I was feeling lonely for home. I grew up in Lakewood, Colorado, and did not go to a very diverse school. We had one African-American student. We had probably 30 Hispanic students and 10 students from Asian countries. In my junior and senior year, this husband and wife team exposed us to the writings of diverse groups of people. It was there that I learned to fall in love with the writings of Maya Angelou, the truth-telling of Langston Hughes, the significant impact of James Baldwin's perspective. It was there that I learned to see how my humanity was tied up in theirs, and yet also to see the differences in what my life was and what their lives had been. And I am forever grateful. And so over COVID, I reached,
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Okay, what did I just? Lynn Bart Jenkins. I think people are starting to drop off a bit. Okay. Nina Zarorin, and then Nikki Mendel and Luke H. We're all getting tired. So I'll go back to those names once again. Linda Bart Jenkins, Nina Zarorin, Nikki Mendel, Luke H. Celine Kuzing, Dana De Crescenzo, Okay, come on up. Thank you. We're very happy to have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dana De Crescenzo, and I'm a junior at Los Alamitos High School. As a counterstatement to an argument that was made throughout past meetings about the ethnic studies class, I would just like to remind some people that the U.S. Constitution, quote, forbids public school officials from favoring religion in their official capacities, end quote. And although an ethnic studies class is in no way anti-Christian or whatever you'd like to believe it is, as a public school district, it is unlawful and unreliable to use religion as a deciding factor. And I thank Pastor Sam for speaking on behalf of his church. My message is in no way contradicting anything he spoke about. What he said meant a lot to us all, and I greatly appreciate him speaking today. On a completely different note, I will not speak on behalf of people of color and their personal struggles with racism, but what I have seen, heard, and experienced from the outside has shown me that a lot of students in the Los Alamitos district don't understand the meaning and severity of the use of slurs and symbols of hate. Due to improper cultural education, a sense of white supremacy fills the minds of many of my peers. I could drop names of white children at my school who have harassed people of color, but I believe in learning. And this is why an elective class on the different cultures of the world is so important. We can hopefully counteract some of the pure hatred that goes on within the walls of our classrooms. This class isn't made to radicalize people. We don't have any agenda to sway your personal beliefs or political beliefs. We just want a class to properly learn about other people and what matters to them culturally. And though I know I just said that it is just a class, to us it means the world. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll try real quickly again. Lynn Bart Jenkins, Nina Zarorin, Nikki Mendel, Luke H., or Celine Kuzing, if you want to come up and speak. The next one, oh, we have one? Good. Thank you.
Good evening, esteemed board members and Dr. Pulver. My name is Nina Batante, and I've spoken here on a few occasions. I just wanted to say tonight, listening to all these speakers, we are ready. The students are ready. Families are here supporting the ethnic studies elective along with social justice standards for K through 12. I can only imagine that this is a scary time. In our community, hostility and intimidation should have no place in this process. This fear tactic goes beyond what the board should have to deal with that, and for that, I'm really sorry. I thank all of you for your work and dedication to our students in forging ahead on this path through the current controversy. I hope the district continues to listen to its students and those in the community who have been in support of this program for over a year. The student voices tonight have been powerful and provoking. I hope you hear them and pledge to really do better together. This is just a beginning for racial justice and social standards in K through 8 in our schools. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Tams George, and then Nick Cunningham and Alexandra Ito. So, oh, it could be James, sorry. No. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. I had two sons that graduated from Los Alamitos. I was a military child. My father served in the Marine Corps for 20 years. I served in the United States Navy for 6 years. We have all faced the adversity in overseas, primarily against groups that would like to control people. What I see is the problem in here is that people are missing the point. It's not whether or not you want to have a class about celebrating other people. That's fine. What do you want to eliminate? What do you want to shut down? What do you want to control? Social justice guidelines become laws, becomes laws. Anybody that's seen 1984 or read the book will understand that you're going to have thought police, you're going to have issues. You're going to have teachers that will not be able to talk the way they should, discipline the way they should, teach the way they should, because you're going to have people that are Nazis who will want to control how people think and how people act. Is there racism in this world? Oh, yes, there is. We're in a fallen world, and the further this group pushes God away from every aspect of our society, the more you're going to have the fallen world and the problems we have. So, guess what? It's not going to solve racism. It's not going to solve these issues because you are dealing with human beings. However, if you enforce things like social justice standards, you are going to say, conform to what we say or else. And that's where you go. That is the slide down to totalitarianism. And that's what you best avoid. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Nick Cunningham, Nick Cunningham, Alexandra Ioto, Maggie. Okay. Doesn't want me to butcher it.
Thank you. Cancel culture, misinformation, and resignations. I've been at every board meeting since February. No one has called for anyone's resignation. There is no misinformation going around. All the information is on your website. It's right here. This is what I just asked parents to look at. Go to the websites, Teaching Tolerance. Go and look at the lesson plans and see if you feel comfortable having some of those lessons plans in your classroom. The voices of parents and community members are being miscategorized and dismissed. Do you really believe it's about cancel culture? That statement that you made at the last board meeting is offensive and disrespectful to the parents who are speaking not for a political agenda, because we're speaking for our children and other children that we care about. There are parents, there are people calling us, parents who oppose this, racist and intolerant. We are not. We care. We care about these kids. So here you have adults calling other adults racist and intolerant. How is this going to play out in the classroom? I bet you it's going to play out the same way. The tragedy will be that some of our precious students will not speak up because they're going to be afraid of being called racist because they have a different point of view. Parents, that is tragic. Don't let this happen to your child or any child. All the parents online, please speak up, stand up with us, because we're standing for your children. Please come join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Harriet Reed, Amber Stevens, Lori Hernandez.
I have studied the social justice standards proposed, and I request the board to not adopt the Southern Poverty Law Center's curriculum. They are infused with critical race theory, and I'm not confused, nor have I spread misleading or false information to anyone. The language and vocabulary used in critical race theory can be easily spotted once a person knows what they're looking for. Furthermore, I am simply calling on parents to do their own research. Now that the secret is out and parents are beginning to see the deception, I ask you, please defend what you propose to teach rather than discounting it with dismissive statements as though the merits of the argument have no basis when you know they do. Let's have a debate on the merits. Have you actually looked at the teaching tolerance anti-bias framework for the social justice standards? There are many lessons with a focus on race, gender, and identity, especially for very young children. For example, one lesson asks 3rd to 5th graders to describe aspects of their identity, such as race, gender, ability, religion, and more. The objective of the lesson is students will be able to describe their various group identities. Why is this the business of other students? Why is it the business of the teacher? Are the teachers trained in psychology, psychiatry? Is this where the teacher inserts the idea of gender spectrums to 8 to 10-year-olds? So now are we teaching children that in order to get along, you need all this information? Is this what you do when you meet someone, or do you just treat them the way you would like to be treated? And if you don't reveal all your identities to everyone, how have you managed so well? This is personal information that doesn't belong to the government, and it's not your job to inform or to form the identity of anyone. This is job is best left to parents and should not have interference unless requested by the parent. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the speakers we missed before, who wasn't here before, is now here, Arlene Rope.
Well, good evening, Dr. Pulver and board members and community members. I'm coming just to speak on the topic that you're going to be voting on next week, the social standards. And I had written a letter to everybody on the board and Ms. Reed, but I never got a response from anybody. And it's the same thing I've been saying at every board meeting, that please notify the parents of this coursework via your ability to contact parents via their websites or their emails. That's been my little chant every time, because it's an important course. Not the course, I'm not talking about the course. I'm talking about the social justice standards. And today, thank you, Dr. Pulver, that you did talk more in detail about the differences between the two. But what you did do some answers to some of the questions that have been brought up is about the ethnic studies course, but separate from that, it's not aligned with critical race theories. There have been numerous unfounded claims by outside special interest groups. And that's what I've noticed today, because there was a town hall meeting, the neighborhoods, we all got a flyer. I've been a resident here 40 years, a teacher here in the district, and my grandchildren are still here. So I do belong to the community, although earlier in the other room, somebody thought, who is she? Some outsider. So this outside message that went in the newspapers, that town hall meeting was some outside funded group, was put in Orange County Register. It wasn't factual. I went to that meeting and I found out it was just neighborhood people that.
Thank you, thank you. Amber Stevens, Lori Hernandez, Soze Chi.
Did you call Lori? Okay.
The first one was Amber. Is Amber here? We'll hold her card. Why don't you go ahead? Are you Lori Hernandez?
Lori. Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I know it's late. Thank you for listening and being here. Let's see. I first heard, I've been a member of the community 40 years. My kids have gone here, and I started looking into it after the last meeting, and I just really feel that all of this could have been avoided if we would have been included since the beginning, since this was being looked into. And I think the ethics course is wonderful. Looking into the social justice standards, that's really concerning for different speakers about that. But I was really disheartened to read this in the News Enterprise, and Dr. Pulver states, I really do appreciate hearing dissenting voices, as well as those who are in support. But at the same time, we have to make decisions that are in the best interest of the system. And this really concerns my heart, because I believe it would be the best interest of the children. So if it's not best interest of our children, I would just like some clarity down the line of what the system is that we're in support of in front of our children. And also, this is not something I would normally do, but I'm trying to learn for our kids in this school. And of course we want togetherness. And so I don't know why, today we came to learn, and I wasn't even necessarily going to speak. I just wanted to learn some more. But there was already cards turned in, like at 8:30 this morning, we were told of like 70 people to speak. So people that came to line up at 3:30 were already at the back of this line to speak very late. So I'm just wondering, where's the transparency in Why wasn't the public told we could come at 8:30 and write our name down? I mean, my kids are home wondering where I am tonight, and I'm here for them.
Thank you.
Hello. Good evening, board members and Dr. Pulver. I'm Sodhi Che. I'm here about concerns about inappropriate equity implementation. I'm a proud Los Al parent of 3, a diverse member of this community, STEM outreach advocate and mentor. I'm here to represent our aspiring STEM students, especially the high schoolers. I was a high school student once. STEM is in my blood. CAMS high school grad, BS, MS, Stanford Mechanical Engineering, undergraduate research fellow, Berlin, Germany overseas, 20 years in aerospace engineering. Proud that NASA plans to launch our next generation James Webb Space Telescope this October. Math and science captures our endless imagination, creativity, and vision, and we should be very excited about this as a community, as a country, but I'm concerned about our future. I stand here because I'm concerned about the potential negative impact of equity in STEM. I'm looking to the board and district to see how equity and equality in the classroom can be done in a right way to best prepare our high school students to be competitive in STEM-related subjects within the social justice framework. For the sake of social justice, schools in this country are already eliminating AP advanced courses for being unfair for certain groups, thus eliminating opportunities for deserving students and potentially lowering the overall bar for everyone. Discrimination still exists, even still in college admissions. See Harvard case for Asians. My high school Mesa engineering medals were nearly stripped because of my skin color. I had to fight for social justice to get them back. The long-term impact of this is that our country continues to lose its competitiveness at the global stage. We are at the bottom, and we need to open our eyes to this. I've been a judge for science fairs for the past 7 years. I would like to see Los Al on the map at these events. How can we get there and prioritize efforts to attract STEM students and prepare them for technology opportunities for the future? We need to do this. And
thank you. Thank you. Peter Pilon, Kelsey Valenzuela, Laguertia, without a last name.
Pelonis. I guess it was written wrong.
Thank you.
So I'm blessed, parent and resident of Los Alamitos, and I thank you very much for all the work that you guys have done, especially my children, starting with Miss Reed. Ethnic studies, wonderful. I want people to know about my ethnicity. I want to know about other people's ethnicity. When I came to this country, I realized how poor the knowledge of Americans was about other ethnic groups and studies and understandings. And I've traveled the world quite a bit, so I'm very familiar with all the different, I speak different languages and what have you. My problem is looking into this website of the way that the social justice standards will be taught and how they have been written is what brings fear in me. We need to teach the children, of course, about racism and about what has happened to humanity, about the different cultures. But what culture is what and what ethnicity and what color and what, that's the problem. Do we teach our children Alex Haley's book, Roots? Karl Marx's The Communist Manifesto? Mein Kampf of Hitler? And we saw what suffering happened because of the thinking of certain groups going back to the founding of this country, certain thoughts. Do we teach that? No, but we are being run by those type of groups that create this. Look into it, parents, look into it. It is very, very dangerous, and Americans do not understand what has happened. 100 million people because of these type of ideologies in the last century and continuing. That's the problem. Ethnic studies, absolutely. Languages, absolutely. Different foods, different dances, different, absolutely. This is why we're in America.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Kelsey Valenzuela, Lagertha, and Nora. Oh, Kelsey Valenzuela, Lagertha, no last name. Nora, no last name. Monica, no last name. Okay. William Rios. I think it's past people's bedtime. Okay. We've got one. And it would be really helpful to me if you'd say your name so I can check my cards here. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Monica Pardo, and I am a parent in the Los Alamitos School District. I'm here to request that the board does not adopt the key to 12 social justice standards provided by the Southern Poverty Law Center that are currently on preview at the district website. I am not speaking out against the elective ethnic studies course at the high school. I hope I said this clearly enough. I have read the articles posted in some mass media and social media, and even in the newsletter Parent Squared sent yesterday by Andrew Pulver to us that have attempted to discredit we, the parents, concerns about the key to 12 social justice standard and have spread misleading and false information about our concerns. Many parents, here I am, like you, part of this community, and my concerns are just as valid as yours. Many parents like me have trusted the school district to make good decisions and give us accurate and transparent information. But dear parents, please listen. Now the district has not just broken that trust, but has failed in giving us accurate information. I want all of us, the parents, to be aware that these social justice standards, plain and simple, single out whites to portray them.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll try again. William Rios, Christine S., Arsene Lockett, and Rona Goldberg. So William Rios, Christine S. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
That's okay. Thank you, members of the board. I'm a parent of 2 children in the Los Alamitos School District. As parents, we have heard, let me be clear, I'm not talking about the ethnic studies here. As parents, we have heard and seen many stories all over the country of schools and universities rolling out this curriculum that focused on hating your own race, blaming others for your problems, and hating America today for problems in the past. It has been clarified in the email sent yesterday that the idea of white shaming is unfounded and inaccurate. I trust that the Los Alamitos School District will keep the word on this statement and ensure none of the teachers begin to utilize this rhetoric. We should never start putting a premium on the melanin content in people's skin. Christine Steeler, one of the authors of the Social Justice Standards, in her book, White Bread, Weaving Cultural Past in the Present. She writes about a fictionalized character named Jessica, who is a second-year teacher teaching in a diverse school district. This teacher is challenged to commit to self-study and identity change. Synopsis of the book. Quote, Jessica, in committing to self-study and identity change, begins to distance herself from her husband, Tim, whose working class white background predisposes him towards individualism and bootstrap success stories. My hope is that the Los Alamitos School District does not bow to the levels of this rhetoric that Christine Steeler has portrayed in this book, whose work is embedded in the social justice standards. Love begins at home. Right and wrong is established first at home. How to treat others with kindness and respect begins in the home. I teach my children to be a light in the world. I tell my kids to be fountains and not.
Thank you. Arsene Lockett, Rona Goldberg, Michelle Dejinski. No. So Arsene Lockett, Rona Goldberg, Michelle Dejinski. Okay. Melissa Henry Luna and Jeremy Ostrander. Christine Ostrander. Tom Power. Jacqueline Hughes. So you should all be very proud of yourselves for hanging in there. Jeffrey Hurt. Sajima Montez. This one's really small. Nina Bunte. Starts with a B. It's really tiny writing. Bianca Machin. I thought she already spoke. So is there anyone, because we've got all these cards, did I miss anybody? I don't want anyone to not have an opportunity to speak. We want to hear you. Are they all out of the other room too? We'll double check on, they're all out? Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Okay, we thank you. We still have a long board meeting to continue. You're welcome to stay, but we thank you for being here. Let's take a 5-minute break.
No problem. We'll go ahead.
we have just come back from a brief recess after the community participation, in which we had a rather large crowd, and we appreciate everybody participating in the democratic process. Now we are moving to information and presentations. The room looks so empty. And Mrs. Reed, would you like to do our presentation of text?
Thank you so much, President Davidson. Tonight we are bringing forward a different mirror, a young person's guide. This book is written by Ronald Takai, and it's being brought forward for 30-day preview to be the core text to support our ethnic studies course at Los Alamitos High School.
Thank you. Would anyone like to comment on that? I just briefly like to say that we are truly looking forward to the work that you're doing with the curriculum. What you've provided for the community to preview for the next 30 days is outstanding. And I applaud the work of your team in putting all of this together. I look forward to going over every piece of it, because I know that you thoughtfully developed it in conjunction with other districts and every resource, rather than just buying something that is mass-produced and doesn't reflect our community. So thank you so much for your hard work and for the hard work of your team.
Thank you, President Davidson. It really is the hard work of a lead teacher at Los Alamitos High School by the name of Cynthia Vigna. She really has worked passionately to help develop this course, along with the support of our district teacher on special assignment of diversity, equity, inclusion, Miss Nadia Williams.
Thank you so much. Now we're moving on to presentation of supplemental materials. Mrs. Reed.
Thank you so much, President Davidson. We are bringing forward 15 supplemental supports to the class. They range from primary source documents to articles to multimedia videos. A full listing of these supplements is available on our website. If you click on Departments and Education Services, the first tab to your right is any curriculum and resources that are currently on Community Preview. It's an easy list to access for our community, for them to take the next 30 days to review these supplemental materials, along with the textbook we're bringing forward. We also have copies here at the district office that will also be on preview for the next 30 days for our community. We've also linked for the community an outline to the course so that our families can see how the book and the supplemental materials work in tandem to give multiple perspectives to the course that we're bringing forward.
So could we just go through that again? For the community, you have more than 30 days, actually, to preview it. It's available to the community online. Could you just go over the ways that they can access this material? Because I know they really want to see it, and we want to make sure they understand we want them to see it.
Absolutely. So you are accurate. It's actually more than 30 days that it will be on preview, because we won't be bringing this forward for an action item until our June 1st board meeting. So between now and June 1st, you can easily log onto our website, where you can find a full list of the 15 supplemental resources, as well as the information to the text, A Different Mirror. For the community, they can also show up here at our district office, and Education Services actually has hard copies of the resources that the community can preview while here at our district office. There's two easy ways to access that.
Thank you for all those opportunities to see the curriculum. Does anybody else have a question or comment? Wants to come. Okay, thank you. So we are now moving on to our consent items. We have a poll 12M. I would like a motion for approval of consent items 12A through L and N through T. Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The motion carries 5-0.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve 12M.
Second. And did you want to speak to that?
I would like to speak to it. Thank you very much. I did pull this item. This is the approval of a waiver for the facilities use for summer harvest for the use of Oak Middle School parking lot for free meal distribution during the summer. There is an amazing nonprofit in our community called Summer Harvest, and its executive director and founder is Amy Payne. And Amy, this came directly from her heart, and what Summer Harvest has delivered over 70,000 pounds of fresh fruit and vegetables 17,500 pounds of boxes of canned goods to families in West Orange County. Summer harvest regularly impacts the lives of 650 families during their summer and winter food distributions in surrounding cities. They do this because they have a mission to provide healthy, nutritious foods to families with children on free and reduced lunch programs during the summer and winter recesses during distribution of food for education. And what some of us may not realize is that some of our students get their meals at school, and when they are not at school, there is often a limit on how much they have to eat. And so I personally know Amy and have supported this nonprofit, and I just really think it's amazing. She also wants to help provide fresh fruit and vegetables for people who may not have those options as well. So if you get a chance, you can help support it, and we just, I believe, are very happy to support it here at the district and being able to waive the fees so they can do their distribution. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. It helps our hearts. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, say no. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mrs. Hill. Now we're moving on to our action items. The first one is adoption of Resolution 2020-2021, and Mrs. Catulli is going to read that.
Okay. This is the Board of Education Administration has a resolution in recognition of our district classified employees. Whereas classified professionals provide valuable services to the students and staff of the LaSalle Unified School District. They contribute to the establishment and promotion of positive instructional environment and provide a vital role in the welfare and safety of the students in the LaSalle School District. Classified employees are employed by the LaSalle School District strive for excellence by igniting unlimited possibilities for all of our students in all areas relative to the educational community. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Los Alamitos Unified School District hereby recognizes and wishes to honor the contributions of the classified professionals to quality education in the state of California and in the Los Alamitos Unified School District, and declares the week of May 16th through the 22nd, 2021 as Classified School Employee Week in the Los Al School District.
So, thank you for sharing that.
We second it, and then we can vote.
Okay, I'll second it. Okay. This is a roll call vote.
Mr. Fayed?
Yes.
Ms. Catulli?
Aye.
Mrs. Davidson?
Aye.
Mrs. Hill?
Aye.
Mr. Forehand?
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you so much. We're now moving on to adoption of Resolution 2020-2021. And Mr. Forehand is going to read that resolution, please.
Yes, I have the pleasure of reading the resolution for recognition of the annual Day of the Teacher, May 12, 2021, making a difference every day. Whereas we all remember a teacher who had a significant positive impact on our lives, and whereas the guidance, support, and inspiration that teachers provide to students is invaluable and contributes tremendously to well-being of our great nation, and whereas no other profession touches as many people such a lasting effect, and whereas paramount to students' success in tomorrow's world is their effective personal and intellectual development, and whereas the educators of the Los Alamitos Unified School District provide the vital lessons that enable our youth to mature and reach their fullest potential, and whereas it is fitting that our community and all Californians pay tribute to our teachers and their lasting achievements on behalf of our students and the future of the Los Alamitos Unified School District and the nation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration recognize May 12, 2021 as Day of the Teacher in the Los Alamitos Unified School District, and activities will take place to recognize Los Alamitos Unified School District teachers who are most sincerely appreciated.
I'll second.
Okay. And I didn't ask last time, is there any discussion? No? Okay. Roll call.
Mr. Fayed? Ms. Skatuli.
Aye.
Mrs. Davidson.
Aye.
Mrs. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Forehand.
Aye.
And it's a 5-0 vote. Thank you. The next resolution is adoption of Day of the Administrator. And Mrs. Hill?
Yes, I'm very honored to read this one. Whereas the school administrators are passionate, lifelong learners who believe in the value of quality public education. Whereas the title school administrator is a broad term used to define many educational leadership posts, superintendents, assistant superintendents, deputy superintendents, administrators of instructional programs, school business officers, classified educational leaders, and other school districts are considered administrators. And whereas other certificated and classified administrators provide leadership and support for educational programs by developing and implementing the curriculum, selecting textbooks and instructional materials, recruiting, training, and evaluating classified and certificated staff, managing the budget and monitoring cost controls, implementing school board policies, and complying with federal, state, and local legislations, regulations, and laws, planning and maintaining school facilities, and providing transportation, nutrition, and social service programs to students and their families. Whereas the future of the California public system depends upon the quality of its leadership, now therefore it be resolved by the Board of Education of the Los Alamitos Unified School District that May 4th, 2021 be proclaimed as the Day of the School Administrator in honor of the many outstanding contributions and services provided by the administration team in the public schools of this community, and that the administrators of the Los Alamitos Unified School District be commended for their support and contributions to qualified education.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
That list of all the things that you administrators do probably seems like nothing compared to what you've taken
really
on in
do.
the last few months. So a roll call vote?
Mr. Fayette.
Aye.
Ms. Skatuli.
Aye.
Mrs. Davidson.
Aye.
Mrs. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Forehand.
The motion carries 5-0. Okay, this one we have an adoption of Resolution 2021 on specific credential authorizations, but I don't have the resolution. Is it?
Could Dr. Fraser speak to it?
Um,
Or
It should be one day with her.
we don't.
I have
That,
one.
I don't have that one either, but I didn't bring my.
There's a copy on your desk.
Oh, no. You should have it with the. I'm sorry.
It's late.
Mrs. D'Angelo, you can pull it up electronically on the board agenda, and we can display that on our audiovisual.
It's the resolution for teachers that, you got it?
You got it?
Okay.
So this is a specific credential authorization for 2020 and 2021. Whereas the legislature for the state of California passed into law Senate Bill 435, which revised sections of the Education Code on the credentialing of teachers. And whereas under these revised sections of the Education Code, the governing board of a school district by resolution shall provide specific authorization for assignments of teachers. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education for Los Alamitos Unified School District authorizes additional specific assignments of teachers in this district for 2020-2021 school year as listed. I don't have to read those. Okay, thank you. Do I have a second?
I'd like to make a comment.
Please.
This might be confusing if anyone is watching this at all, which may not be true. But you're supposed to, according to Ed Code, what you have your degree in is what you're supposed to teach. But if you, well, like we're in college and you had a minor, or you took anywhere between 9 units to 12 units, 15 units in another subject, you are also qualified, upper division units in college, you're also qualified to teach that. And this is just making sure that we cover all of our bases, that we do have 100% credentialed teachers teaching what they're actually credentialed in, unless they need a special little waiver. They have the units, and this is like the paperwork to make it according to Ed Code.
That was excellent.
But did that make sense?
Yeah, it
Oh,
did.
good.
That was
It's
really
late.
good. Thank you.
Okay.
So that is a roll call vote.
Mr. Fayette. Ms. Cattouli.
Aye.
Mrs. Davidson.
Aye.
Mrs. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Forehand.
That's a 5-0 vote.
Do you have the, yeah. I don't have the,
Now we have adoption of retirement resolutions.
too many papers.
Is it not there? I can bring it up. Yeah, I will.
I apologize. I did have 97 cards up here being sorted, so
You're doing fine, Mrs.
Yes.
Davidson.
it's never been my forte. So what we have here is an adoption of retirement resolution. The Los Alamitos USD will be observing the social, oh, no, that's not it. This is adoption of retirement resolutions. The Board of Education and Administration would like to honor the following retirees who have dedicated service to public education and to the Los Alamitos School District. And will this list be online, or do you want me to read it?
It is online, and we will be doing a retirement recognition ceremony later in May or June? June,
yeah.
right before our June 1st board meeting. And so we typically want to have the resolutions approved before then, so we can give them an actual copy of their board resolution at the retirement recognition ceremony.
So would
And
you
at that board meeting, we will go ahead and recognize all of our retirees. There sometimes, inevitably, each year, there will be a few more that may submit their retirement between now and that ceremony. So we don't want to miss anyone.
So I don't need to read the whole.
Right, sorry.
Thank you. Okay. Do I hear a second?
I'd like to make a comment.
Sure.
I'm almost apologizing for this. Actually, I think Scott does this too. I'm a number person and I count things. And on that resolution, we had 667 years in education.
That's awesome.
That is, I wish the best to the people retiring. Thank them so much for their service. But I keep thinking that's going to be a rather large hole in our district. So just thank you to the people who have dedicated 667 years to education.
Anybody else? And I just have to say congratulations to and thank you to my sister, Marilyn Barnett, who is also on the list and is retiring. Do I have a second?
She does not represent 600 of those years, does she?
And hopefully not 60 of them
I think
either.
it's 29.
It probably feels like that at times. So it's a roll call vote.
Mr. Fayette. Aye. Ms. Cattouli.
Aye.
Mrs. Davidson.
Aye.
Mrs. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Forehand.
Thank you. And I want to put a disclaimer. Mrs. D'Angelo had me totally organized at the beginning of the meeting, but papers got moved between the two meetings. So I thank her for her organization. We now move to item F, approval of schematic solar site plans. And Mrs. Galicia, would you like to take that?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Madam President. I would like to bring forward Mr. CJ Nolan, who's going to give you a quick overview of these two sites that are up for approval. Thank you.
Madam President, honorable members of the board, I promise I'll be really quick.
You're still awake, so thank you.
So as you can see at McGaw Elementary School, we were able to locate that array at the top right section, or the northeast section. You can see the red X's, the 3 red X's on the right. Those are the 3 trees that the city's allowing us to remove. And then you can see the remaining arrays A and B located at the south end of our campus. So if you go to the...
And CJ, are those X's trees we're removing as well?
Correct.
Okay.
Those are trees that are, they line the fence line right there at the south end of the school.
Okay.
I just want to make a comment. We had a meeting with the city of Seal Beach and we were discussing this. And before the city of Seal Beach made the agreement to remove, there were 3 palm trees along Seal Beach Boulevard. They had their city arborist look at the trees And the arborist said, oh, these trees are not healthy. They really need to come down. And then they went, oh, good, because LaSalle's putting in solar at McGaw. So it worked out well, and we're not taking healthy trees.
That is correct. And at Oak Middle School, so this is the location of Array C, which is the array in question where we had the easement. So this will be the location if we are not able to find relief from Southern California Edison. If you recall, in the previous location where there is an easement, Array C was located a little bit more upward and to the right in that little notch in between the asphalt. Arrays A and B remain in the same location, with Array A over the amphitheater area with a removal of about 2 trees, I believe. And Array B is over in the parking lot. And that is it.
Thank you so much.
So as PFMG is negotiating with Southern California Edison during COVID, they're a little bit slow in responding. So we're going to be moving through over the next couple months. We did our geotechnical samples all through that area, so that as we continue in design, we will be able to adjust either way. We should find out, I would say, in the next month or 2.
Wow. Okay.
Do I hear a motion for approval? Second. Any more discussion? Thank you, CJ. That was wonderful. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. The motion carries 5-0. We now move on to our approval of warrants. Those are the bills that we pay every month. Do I hear a motion for approval?
I'll second.
Any discussion? When we have any questions, we ask them. We get the agenda on Friday. We have the whole weekend. We preview the warrants, and our questions are answered before we vote. So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. The motion carries 5-0. We are to acceptance of donations from our wonderful, generous community. And we have total monetary donations this month, or since the last meeting, of $10,428.73. At a time when people are struggling, it's absolutely amazing. One is for Project Leap for Lee, and Oaks PTA for Oak Middle School. A total to this point this year is $444,492.44. Lots of 44s. So thank you. We deeply appreciate it. It really enables us to do, the district to do a lot of wonderful programs and projects. All those in favor, do I hear a motion?
Second.
We already did that, huh? No. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. The motion carries 5-0. Now we move to classified personnel and certificated personnel. I was one for 25 years. Certificated personnel report. Dr. Frazier, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm bringing both the classified and certificated personnel reports as presented.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. The motion carries 5-0. We're now looking for approval of an agreement and stipulation to a full student expulsion waiver of hearing and appeals. And I think Mrs. Hill.
I will read the motion. Motion to approve agreement and stipulation to a full student expulsion waiver of hearing and appeal rights. It is moved that the agreement and stipulation to a full student expulsion waiver of hearing and appeal rights for student A will be approved for the violation of the following Ed Code 48915C, 48915B.
Second. Good. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries 5-0. We are now moving to the final part of our meeting, which is communication. And Mr. Forehand, would you like to start?
Yes, I will, and I'll be quick as you can be, okay? I love reading about the This Is Me campaign across the district, where we celebrate the culture. They get to submit, the kids can submit a tiny video, a 10-second video or a minute video about their culture. I enjoyed longevity celebration, actually with the Personnel Commission and McGaw today. Peace Week, wow. Banners out there, one that said, go out of your way, say to make someone's day perfect, and kindness is a gift everyone can afford to give. Scott Marlis and I attended Masters in Government Course 3, so we have 2 more to go, and Alicia, you are gifted because it was all on finances, and we have great leadership there, so thank you. I continue to read Sammy's book all across the district, and I'm reaching out now to Los Al at Home, which is wonderful. I attended the SELPA, I represented us at SELPA. And then way to go, Justin Padilla, outstanding Orange County arts educator. So that's great, that's my report.
Okay, Mrs. Cattouli?
Okay. I'm not going to actually give my report because it's too late for. Oh. Okay. The only thing I want to say is that I really want to thank the students who spoke tonight. I am blown away with your composure, your well-written statements, your passion, and I'm always wondering what can we do better, regardless of whatever we're doing in the district. What can we do to improve the education for all of our students? And those students just showed me that we're doing a lot of things right. And I want to thank them for taking the time because I know it's busy. It's getting close to AP testing. I know there's a lot of chapter tests going on in the different classes because it's getting towards the end of the year and finals. And for them to come and speak and do it so well. And even the ones who said, I'm nervous, and you could tell some of them were nervous, to be able to get up and speak to a full room like this on an issue that you care about is a life skill. And you guys just knocked it out of the park.
Okay, thank you. I have to pull up something real quickly. Just one way. Okay, Scott, I'm sorry. I was waiting. Mrs. Hill's going last, and I'm sorry.
I know I don't say a lot.
Sorry.
I know I usually I took notes because I learned from Meg.
Yeah.
I don't know how many meetings in it took me to take notes, so I remember what I've done.
Yeah.
The finance class was great. If they say a little knowledge is dangerous, Alvia, I am very, very dangerous. Joe also wanted me to iterate. He is not the reason that your sister is retiring. It's not his fault.
Okay.
He has her, he loves her, he thinks she's great. I went to the Netflix, the dinner and a show. They had the choir and they had all of the student movies from McCullough. Impressive what the kids can do. I was blown away. Some of them looked like some of those shorts you see from Pixar. It was great, wonderful time had by all. And I do want to say the students were incredible, very impressive, very proud, couldn't be more excited about what those kids are able to do and communicate. Although my favorite is Claire, without her, I would have never known. So I love the community input and allows us to know things that I wouldn't have known. And I really want to thank her because who knew I could pull purple off like this.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. And I'd like to thank our staff and everyone here. And I feel very privileged and a little intimidated by how impressive the staff is and how hard they work. So thank you once again. You've ruined my vacation because I know what I'll be doing by the lake. So thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Mrs. Hill's going last because she has something special to say that I was very appreciative of. I really want to thank McCullough for their absolutely wonderful film night, and I've enjoyed all the longevity pin ceremonies, and I especially like my agenda planning with Dr. Pulver because I learned so much from that. But I just want to quickly clarify a couple of things and say thank you to someone. It was said tonight that that town hall represented our community, and there were people there from Los Alamitos, Seal Beach, and the surrounding area. But the large percentage, 20 to 30, stood up claiming to be Los Al parents. And if they were Los Al parents, part of our district, I can't understand why they wouldn't stand up. It was also quoted or stated tonight that the speakers were all from the community, that they represented this community. I have their program in front of me right now, and Dr. Jeff Barkey is really the only one I can say for sure comes from this community. He was a board member for 12 years. He is a practicing doctor. He spoke. But the other ones, Dr. Jacob Daniel was founder of the Heritage Council. He doesn't say anything about being from this community. Peggy Hall was the director of teacher education at UCI, and she is the founder of the Healthy American. She is also was a proponent of not wearing masks during COVID. She does not reside here. Harriet Reed has spoken here. We aren't sure where she's from. She calls herself a freedom-loving American determined to keep children free from indoctrination by the government. Arthur Schaefer is the organization director for Mass Resistance. He has quite a name for himself and proudly wears the label of a pro-family activist organization, but he also promotes anti-gay bias. Dr. Larry Schoff, and all of this is very provable. Dr. Larry Schoff is the Orange County chairperson for California School Choice. He is part of a group seeking to get an initiative on the ballot to allow parents to take public school funds to go to private schools. We're back to the vouchers. Another man, Logan Zappellery, is the associate of the Charles Koch Institute. None of these people claim residence in our community except Dr. Barkey. So that was a mistruth spoken tonight, and I felt it was needed to be clarified. But I also want to say a special thank you to the one of us who was very brave and went to that meeting, Mrs. Hill, and yay. Yeah. Because there were over 200 people and many amongst them cheered when encouraged to get our addresses, find out where we live, go to our houses, follow our cars, stalk us, harass us, and make our lives miserable. And to those people who haven't surfaced, thank you. I want to say, I'll save you some time. If you email me and ask me for my schedule next week, I'll be more than happy to give it to you. But I would like you just to focus on me because I know you're very busy going around inciting these feelings in other districts. But I want you to know that you are more than free to speak with me. Leave the rest of board members alone. I will be happy to share what you shared with me. But really, honestly, we are here to do the work for children. And that was another comment made tonight, that we are a system that is out, I can't even remember the exact wording, but what that person said is the exact opposite. Every single person in this room is here for our children. Every thought, every consideration, every piece of research we do it in the name of what is best for our children. And those students who came here tonight, my heart swells for them. They were incredible. They were brave. Some of them had been verbally assaulted at the last meeting, scared, followed to their cars. That's a truth. And they still showed up. And our future is so bright if these kinds of children are the people who are going to choose to lead the world. And so I applaud them, and I applaud Mrs. Hill, who went to that meeting, offered twice to speak, to give answers as the only school board member there. I think I would have had a disguise on hidden in the corner. Now she's got her wonderful husband, Mr. Hill, with her. He's a very tall man, but still, I applaud you for your courage and your bravery. I applaud you for twice offering to speak and answer questions to a crowd that would not have been friendly. But most of all, I just want to say that the work that's being done in this district is always done in the name of children. And we are not passing curriculum from Southern Poverty Law Center. we are passing voting on the social justice standards. And those standards will not, teachers can use them as a resource, a guidepost. They're not going to be tested on them. They are not forced to use them, but they are a guidepost for picking stories and sharing history in a way that touches the hearts of every student in their classroom. So it is not, the lessons they're pulling out and the way they're slanting them is a complete distortion. And I've been an educator, I've been a staff developer in this district, and what our district does, I'm so proud of. When Common Core was instituted, it was the teachers in our district who came together with educators and administration like Mrs. Reed and sat down and developed curriculum for every single grade level that was appropriate not only for their age, but for their community and their experience. And that's what we'll do with this. And I'm very proud of the Ethnic Studies course, and I'm very proud of our teachers and our administration for stepping up to take care of our kids and share everyone's story. So thank you, Mrs. Hill, and I wanted you to go last because you're the star.
Thank you. I did attend the town meeting, and I did offer to speak, and I stood in the back of I stood for 3.5, well, Randy and I stood for 3.5 hours in the back of the room, and I did that purposefully because I wanted to be noticed. And so it was an interesting opportunity, we'll put it that way, but thank you for calling me brave. It wasn't that brave, I felt it was really important. So also, I do want to thank Dr. Pulver, who is the president of Rotary right now, and I am on the board of an organization called Pathways to Independence, and Pathways was invited to speak to Rotary, and I do really appreciate that opportunity. I also had an opportunity to meet with the CSB Pacers, since I'm now a delegate, and so that'll be interesting. Several other things, but I do have to say that watching the football game and homecoming, I didn't know it was going to be homecoming. I didn't know students were going to be there, and it was just a joyful Friday night. It was an amazing Friday night to see that and to see that bit of normalcy. And then, as President Davidson alluded, I did write something out because it's really been on my mind, and so I'd just like to share some thoughts about this process that we've gone through lately. And I believe it is my job as a board member. I believe we all believe it's our job as board members to represent our constituents in what they want for their children and our community. This is a nonpartisan position. It is about local control. It is about choices for our students here. It's providing for students a place to grow, learn, question, and think. The elective of ethnic studies has been a request, not a politically driven class, but by students and families. We saw that tonight. We saw those students tonight. But on the other hand, there has been a clear message that we want that there needs to be balance and that we need to have resources for students so that they can have open and diverse discussions. And although I haven't had an opportunity to review the materials yet, I am very confident in our staff that they've done exactly that. And I believe in best intentions, and the best intentions is to give our students incredible opportunities. The idea that we are indoctrinating our students with any political agenda is absurd. It's absurd. And that might happen in other places, but that doesn't happen here in LaSalle. We stand, I'm going to say we stand for diverse opportunities and choice for families and students. One viewpoint leads to narrow thinking, where multiple viewpoints leads to openness. And so I just want to close with a quote from my pastor. And when I heard this, and my husband, it's funny, he turned to me because he knew exactly what I was thinking. It just so resonated with me and what we've been going through. And it says, healthy communities are built around a common cause. Unhealthy communities are built around a shared target. Our cause is clear: to educate our students to be critical thinkers, to be kind and productive and active citizens. That and only that is our cause. Thank you, Mrs. Davidson.
Well, I think it's pretty clear why I wanted her to go last. That was beautiful. Thank you. We're not going to closed session, right? So this concludes our meeting. Thank you again for all the administrators and Mrs. D'Angelo who persevered. You persevered, and to all of the staff that stayed here and kept everybody safe and orderly. Thank you so much. Meeting closed.